We do too.
Yes, we do.
Make sure Dave knows that they're the updated one.
Where's Jason?
I'll let Dave rattle their cages. We need like 3, if not 4, maybe 5. This is why that it's like, this gives me the twitches because I'm not in charge of like doing the books and like having everything ready. Like,
It's driving you nuts.
yes,
When it's not in your control.
it drives me insane.
You're gonna have a hard time growing old then. You lose control of lots of things.
Oh yeah. Like things like this that I'm like really, well, I guess they're recording, they might be quiet. Things like this that I'm like really organized with, it's like, it's too
Probably outside. Down
They
there.
don't even have me yet. Oh yeah, down there.
Good. How are you? I'm good. You look good. Thank you. I'm a little tired.
Dairy Checkoff, Pennsylvania Dairy Promotion Program is making every drop count. Pennsylvania Dairy Promotion Program is a farmer-directed organization funded by participating dairy farmers to increase demand and sales of milk and dairy foods across Pennsylvania. Managed by the American Dairy Association Northeast to develop and execute local programs to increase sales at retail outlets and in schools. The Pennsylvania Dairy Promotion Program also builds consumer trust in dairy through events, traditional, and digital marketing. For more information, visit americandairy.com/Pennsylvania Dairy Promotion Program.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Premier National Junior Dairy Show. The Red and White show is now going to start. We are going to ask the milking yearlings to enter the ring. Today, our judge is Jenny Thomas of North Lewisburg, Ohio. Jenny and her husband Nathan, along with their children, Colton, Kendall, and Cameron, co-own and operate Triple T Holsteins. Their herd includes over 100 registered Holsteins and Jerseys, with 35 currently milking. Triple T houses and develops the Vieira Jersey Show herd, along with caring for their own herd of elite Holsteins and Jerseys. The farm has produced over 200 All-American and All-Canadian nominations. Triple T has raised many champions, including Stony Point Joel Bailey, Excellent 96, and 2024 Supreme Champion at World Dairy Expo. Jenny has officiated the Red and White Holstein Show at the 2025 New York Spring Show, Holsteins and Red and Whites at the 2024 Western National Holstein in Utah, National Holstein Junior Show at the All-American in Harrisburg in 2023, Jersey and Red and White shows at the 2023 UK Borderway Show, the Jerseys and Holsteins at the Indiana State Fair, and the Jersey and Red and White shows at Wisconsin State Show and Maryland State Holstein Show, judged multiple breeds at the state show in Utah, Pennsylvania, New York, and in California. In addition, Jenny has served as associate judge for the All-American Jersey Junior Show and served as associate judge for the Eastern National Holstein Show in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Jenny now works as a marketing coordinator for Vieira Dairy, D&D Ingredients, and Swanson Family Businesses, while remaining active on the farm and in genetic promotion. Thanks so much, Jenny, for spending some time with us today and sorting through our red and whites.
Well, good morning, and we're going to kick off our Premier National Junior Holstein Show. We'd like to welcome our judge, Matt Hawbaker. Matt Hawbaker owns and operates Interstate Heifer Care Service, boarding elite dairy cattle. Prior to the development of Interstate Heifer Care Service, he was employed as a professional dairy fitter. Since then, Matt has prepared and exhibited numerous All-Americans and Reserve All-Americans in multiple breeds, including having junior champions in the International Red and White Show, International Ayrshire Show, and International Brown Swiss Show. Matt has hosted and co-managed the first impressions at the interstate sales, offering buyers elite dairy cattle. He is also a semen distributor for AG3 and Jetstream Genetics. Matt has judged numerous state and national shows, including the All-American Ayrshire Show, Red and White Holstein Show at the North American International Livestock Exposition, the Ayrshire Show at the North American, Ohio Spring Dairy Expo Holstein Show, Wisconsin Championship Red and White Show, and associate judge of the International Ayrshire Show. Matt, along with his wife Sarah and two daughters, Kenley and Hadley, reside in Clear Spring, Maryland. Thank you, Matt, for your time this morning, and we look forward to a great show.
In the red and white milking yearling class, second place goes to entry 1410, exhibited by Bethany Eberlin, Cherry Lure, A. Roberta Red ET. And the class winner is entry 1411, exhibited by Luke Tanis, Seamers, Tequila Tinder Red ET. Judge, your reasons, please.
Good morning. A really nice class here to start off your red and white show here today. The young man that's going to win the class wins the class quite handily for me. A really balanced young cow here with a tremendous mammary system, and it's that overall width and balance and strength and attachments that gets her over the cow coming out here in second. The cow in second over the cow in third. She's just a little more naturally cleaner, flatter bone cow, and I prefer the venation and quality to that udder here today, as well as the height and width, that rear udder attachment over the really strong, powerful cow coming out here in third. Third over fourth, it's that strength and that power and that overall mass and the width from end to end that gets her over the quality cow here in our fourth place spot. I also give the third cow the advantage in just having a little more bloom to that mammary system today over our ultra dairy cow here in fourth. But a quality class to start off your red show. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
In our Holstein milking yearling class, second place, entry 791, Cashels Jagger Cabbage, owned by Rachel Cron. And our winner of the class, entry 790, Maple Slope D. Vanna, 2752 ET, exhibited by Derek George. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it's an honor to be here to place your Holstein show for your junior show here in Harrisburg today. That being said, the cow I'm starting with in the milk and yearling class, a cow for me, she's balanced, she's got a beautiful mammary system, and she's full in that midsection. And it is that fullness to that midsection and that takes her over this high style kind of cow coming out here in second, this second prize cow. You love how long she is, but just like to see a little more drop and open her up in that rear flank today to get her up in that one hole. 2 over 3 for me, just clean her all the way through, especially up through that head and neck region, but a really nice class of milk and yearlings. Congratulations.
For those of you following along in the red and white catalog, I'll give the placings. Entry 1407 was third, 1410 was second, 1411 was first, and 1412 was fourth.
If you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein show, entry 790 was first, Maple Slope D. Vanna, 2752 ET, exhibited by Derek George. Entry 791 was second, and entry 792 was third and best bred and owned, Mick Alley H. Ball Miss Hot Cocoa, exhibited by Sarah Hagg.
In the red and white ring, the summer junior 2-year-olds have been placed. Second place goes to Arbo Flo Spence WC Haley Red, exhibited by Alexis Warbaugh. That's entry 1417. And the class winner is entry 1418, Opsal Warrior All Dam Red, exhibited by Hayden Weaver. Judge, your comments, please.
Again, not a big class, but a quality class from end to end. The young man that's going to win this class does, again, quite handily for me. A cow that's really balanced in her frame. You love that Springer rib and that openness that she has. And it's the quality of mammary attachments that gets her over the rest of in the class here today. Taking nothing away from our cow in second. A cow that's been fresh since January. Like to see her calved in again to get a little more bloom today, but a really square-framed, quality uddered cow in her own right. It's that quality and mammary system and the tightness of attachments and snugness of attachments that gets over our powerful cow here in third. Again, another quality individual, and congratulations to all these exhibitors.
For those of you marking your red and white catalog, entry 1415 was third and best bred and own. Entry 1417 was second, and the class winner was entry 1418, Opsal Warrior All Dam Red, exhibited by Hayden Weaver. The junior 2-year-olds are now entering the class.
Yeah, I think I saw them. Yep. Our judge has completed his placing in the summer junior 2-year-old class. Second place is entry 796, Penwood Eye Candy Bazooka, exhibited by Charles Stolzfus. And the winner of the class is entry 798, Windy Knoll View Fizzy, exhibited by Brinkley Burdett. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, here in your summer junior 2-year-old class, I think we got 2 cows that come to the top of the class quite handy for me. That being said, the cow that I'm starting with, you just give her the advantage in that stretch from nose to butt. She walks out on a tremendous set of feet and legs, and that being said, she has a welded-on mammary system. Take nothing away from the smaller cow coming out here in second, a cow that hits you when she comes in a ring for me. I just like to lengthen her out, change the bone quality a little bit in that leg to get her up any higher. But again, two really good cows at the top end of the class. And then the third prize cow for me today, I just like to snug her up in that fore udder a little bit, see a little more quality of that rear udder, but a tremendous cow to be in that third hole. Third over fourth, just more balance for me in her frame, longer from nose to butt, showing me more quality in that rear udder. Fourth over fifth, just showing me more pop to that rear udder today, a little fuller in that midsection when I view her from the front and rear. A tremendous class. Congratulations.
If you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein show, we had 5 entries in our summer junior 2-year-old class. Entry 796 was second. Entry 797 was third. Entry 798 was first, Windy Knoll View Fizzy, exhibited by Brinkley Burdett. Entry 799 was fourth, and entry 802 was fifth. I would also like to add that entry 797 was Best Bred and Owned. Cool Kids War Money Shaker, exhibited by Jacob Cooley. We now have our spring junior 2-year-olds entering the ring.
In the red and white ring, the junior 2-year-olds have been placed. In second place is entry 1423, Champ View Jukebox Red ET, exhibited by Ellie Weiderman. And the class winner is entry 1421, Lily Spring War Busy Red, exhibited by Gavin Bewley.
A little bigger class over here in our red show, and quality from end to end. But the young man that's going to win the class, the uphill run of this heifer, the open dairy frame, and the quality attachments, this overall quality and of mammary attachments gets her over the strong, powerful cow coming out here in second. Cow in second over cow in third. Again, closer placing here. I give the advantage to our second cow being a little more naturally, having a little more natural width all the way throughout, and also being a little snugger and tighter and smoother blending in that forudder attachment today over our dairy cow here in third. Third over fourth, I just give her the advantage in having more depth and openness and spring to that midsection today, and showing a little more quality to that mammary system over our recently fresh cow here coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's just the tightness of attachments. It's the width and height, the width of that rear udder today over our fifth place cow. But again, another quality class here from end to end. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
For those of you following along with the red and white show, the red and white junior 2-year-old results are as follows. Entry 1420, fourth. 1421 was the class winner, exhibited by Gavin Bewley, Lily Spring War Busy Red. Entry 1422 was sixth. 1452, fifth. 1423 was second and best bred and own. 1424 was third.
test. Hey, 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 hey. Check, check, check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, that'll work.
In the red and white ring, the senior 2-year-olds have been placed. Entry 1425 is the class winner, Lapridge Warrior Radiant Red, exhibited by Kyle Welk. Judge, your comments, please.
Just 2 entries in here, but 2 quality individuals. I flipped them here, and it's a close placing. I give the cow that I'm going to win with here today the advantage in just being a little cleaner, flatter boned, especially down through that hock region, and standing a little more comfortably on those rear legs, especially when stopped there in line than our second place cow. The second place cow, I really admire this cow's length of frame and the quality of tightness of attachments. I do grant her that she does have a little bit nicer, smoother blending forudder attachment than our first place cow here today, but very close placing, 2 quality individuals out here in the ring. Congratulations.
The results for the red and white senior 2-year-old class, entry 1425 was first, Lapridge Warrior Radiant Red, exhibited by Kyle Welk. In second place was 1426, Oval Top Willows Robin Red, exhibited by Alexis Wolf, and this is also the best bred and own entry in the class. We would like to thank Zoetis for sponsoring the best bred and own awards today.
Attention Holstein exhibitors. Our judge has completed his placing in the spring junior 2-year-old class. Second place was entry 808. Peace and Plenty D. Lamb Juby 49 ET, exhibited by Olivia and Lillian Fink. And our winner of the class, entry 869, GVA Rum Chata, exhibited by Chase Savage. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, again, a really nice class of 2-year-olds and 2 cows that come to the top quite handily for me. And it's close, but the cow I'm starting with, I'm giving your advantage in that 4 udder, a little snugger today. When I get up front and view them, she's showing me more width of chest, wider all the way through. And she keeps them pins down a little nicer for me today. But take nothing away from this silky, high-style kind of cow coming out here in second. A cow, you love the dairiness that she has, you love the openness that she has. But again, I just like to change them pins a little bit, like clean in that 4 udder, change a freckle to get her up in that 1 hole, but 2 cows that come to the top quite handily. Then a young man's cow coming out here in third. Again, a cow that's full in her midsection, just not quite as high and wide at the top of the rear udder as what the 2 cows above her are. Third over, fourth, just showing me more quality all the way through, showing me a little more depth, a little more openness all the way through. The young lady with the big high-style black cow coming out here. You love the straightness of lines that she has. Just not quite as full today in that midsection. The black cow over the young girl's cow, small balanced cow coming out here in fifth. A beautiful cow. Just like to change the way she walks on those rear legs today to get her up any higher in the class. And then the 6th place cow, again, for me, she's getting a tad bit more, a bit mature today to get her up any higher in the class, but a beautiful cow to be in 6th. Congratulations.
In the red and white ring, the fall senior 2-year-olds have been placed. In second place, we have entry 1430, Scarlet Summer Brick Red ET, exhibited by Amelia Russell. And the class winner is entry 1427, Oval Top Warrior Span Red ET, exhibited by Ashlyn Wolf. Judge your reasons, please.
Again, another nice class here in your red and white show. For me, a handy winner. The young man here with the cow, love that openness and of rib and that strength and in her frame, and it's the quality of mammary attachments that puts her over the rest of the class here today. And it's that advantage over our 2nd place cow. 2nd place cow, a beautiful frame cow. Just like to see her a little higher and wider in that rear udder attachment, get her any higher. But it is that overall mammary attachment as well as the openness and depth of the rib that gets her over our beautiful profile cow coming out here in third. Again, another quality class here in your red show.
In our Holstein Spring Junior 2-year-old class, if you're marking your catalog, we had 8 entries. Entry 803 was 5th. Entry 869 was 1st. GVA Rum Chata, exhibited by Chase Savage. Entry 804 was 3rd. Entry 805 was scratched. Entry 806 was 6th. Entry 808 was 2nd. And entry 809 was 4th, and entry 811 was scratched. We now have our winner senior 2-year-olds in the ring.
For those of you following along the red and white show in your catalog, the results for the fall senior 2-year-old class, entry 1427 was 1st, Oval Top Warrior Span Red ET, exhibited by Ashlyn Wolf, and this was also the best bred and owned entry of the class. Entry 1428 was 3rd, entry 1430, 2nd, and we would like to thank our helpers today with handing out the ribbons and gifts. We have Jaylene Everhart representing the state FFA. She is serving as our chaplain this year. And we would also like to thank Morgan Larson, our Pennsylvania State Alternate Dairy Princess.
Attention Holstein exhibitors, our judge has completed his placing in the winter senior 2-year-old class. Second place was entry 813, Windy Knoll View Payback ET, exhibited by Reese Burdett. And our winner of the class and best bred and owned, Bima Tattoo Raven, exhibited by Luke Bima. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, here in your winter 2-year-old class, just a beautiful balanced cow for me to start the class, and a cow for me that's wearing the best memory today, and it is that rear udder, the quality, and a little more definition of seam today over this high style, beautiful frame cow coming out in second. The second prize cow, you love this side profile, just comes in the ring and hits you, but again for me, just lacking a little quality today, hitting that rear udder to get her any higher. And then the young lady with the red cow, again, a cow that's got a beautiful mammary system. Just like to clean her up a little bit, gets the touch smooth for me today, open her up in that midsection, but again, another cow with a really good udder on her. And it is that udder that takes her over this young lady's cow coming out of here in fourth. Just a little more quality all the way through, but a really nice class. Congratulations.
If you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein show, we had 4 entries in our winter senior 2-year-old class. Entry 812 was third, entry 813 was second, entry 867 was fourth, and entry 814 was first and best bred and owned, Bima Tattoo Raven, exhibited by Luke Bima. We now have our fall senior 2-year-olds entering the ring for the Holstein show.
In the red and white ring, the junior 3-year-old class has been placed. Second place goes to entry 1434, PA Lindley Lizzo Red, exhibited by Kaylee Hartman. And this is the best bred and owned of the class. The class winner is entry 1437, Late Night Danica Red ET, exhibited by Madison and Tyler Sonnen. Judge?
Let's give these red and white exhibitors a round of applause. A really nice class here in your red ring. With that being said, the young man that's going to win the class does so kind of quite handily for me today. Just an ultra dairy cow. You love that mammary system. It's the overall mammary, the height with that rear udder, and that openness of frame and flatness of bone that gets her over our strong, powerful cow coming out here in second. Taking nothing away from this cow in second. Really quality individual in her own right. And it's the overall flatness of bone that she has and that depth of rib, particularly in that heart and midsection, that gets her over our quality individual here in third. Third over fourth, I just prefer the bloom to mammary system today. I prefer that height and width to that rear udder today over our long-framed, powerful cow here in fourth. fourth over fifth, it's just the overall strength with all the way throughout. I also prefer the way she tracks on those rear legs today over our ultra dairy cow here in fifth. Fifth over sixth, I just give her the advantage and having more bloom to that mammary today and more fullness in that midsection over our young cow here in sixth. But again, a nice class here from end to end.
For those of you following along with the red and white show and marking your catalogs, placings for the junior 3-year-old class, 1431 was 6th, 1432 was 3rd, 1434 was 2nd and best bred and own, 1435 was 5th, 1436 was 4th, and 1437 was the class winner, MCGK Late Night Danica Red ET, exhibited by Madison and Tyler Soden.
Attention Holstein exhibitors, our judge has completed his placing in the fall senior 2-year-old class. Second was entry 818, Windy Knoll View Paris, exhibited by Wyatt Cordell. And our winner of the class, entry 815, Dale Pride Sidekick Gemma, exhibited by Landon Copenhaver. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, just 3 entries here in your fall 2-year-old class, and again 2 cows at the top, fairly close, but the young man's cow I'm starting with, rear udder's just a little higher and wider, a little snugger for me today, and when you get her out on the move, she's just holding that loin region a little nicer today. You love the stretch to this second prize cow. You get up front, she's so clean. You love that head and neck on her, but again, just like to hold her loin a little harder today when you get them out, and then it is that overall quality and length from nose to butt that takes her over this young man's 3rd prize cow. Just like to see her freckle fuller today to get her up any higher, but a really nice class of fall 2-year-olds. Congratulations.
If you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein show, we had 3 entries in our fall senior 2-year-old class. Entry 815 was first, Dale Pride Sidekick Gemma, exhibited by Landon Copenhaver. Entry 818 was second, and entry 819 was third and best bred and owned, Walk Lee Braden Princess, exhibited by Connor Walker. We now have our junior 3-year-olds entering the ring.
In the red and white ring, the senior 3-year-olds have been placed. Second place goes to entry 1438, exhibited by Corey Black. And the class winner is entry 1439, Savage Lee Dor Dottie Red, exhibited by Andy Welsh. Judge?
Let's give our round of applause for these young exhibitors. Another really nice class here in your red show. With that being said, a pair of cows that kind of came to the top easily for me here today. I switched them around a little bit. Cows that maybe weren't all cooperating there at one time or another and giving me a great look. But when it comes down to it here at the end, the young lady with the long white cow here is going to be your winner. I appreciate the length of frame of this cow, the flatness of bone quality that she has, as well as her mammary attachments. She carries a beautiful udder on her. Taking nothing away from our cow here in second, a powerful cow. I love the uphill run on this cow. I love the tightness of udder attachments here on this cow. Again, just like to see her a little nicer in that rear leg today to get any higher. but it's that overall width and mass of frame and tightness of attachments that gets over our big cow here in third. Cow in third, you love the stylish cow, you love the openness of rib that she has, and it's that overall memory system, height and width, that rear udder and balance in those rear quarters, and the flatness, levelness of udder floor that gets you over our nice, beautiful balanced cow here in fourth. But again, a nice quality class here from end to end. Got tongue-tied there.
For those of you following along in the red and white catalog, for the senior 3-year-old class, the placings are as follows. 1438 was second. 1439 was first. Savage Lee Doral Dottie Red, exhibited by Andy Welsh. Entry 1441 was third. And entry 1442 was fourth. The candidates for intermediate champion female are now entering the ring. We would like to thank the following sponsors for the awards. For intermediate champion, the Red and White Dairy Cattle Association, and reserve intermediate champion is Interstate Heifer Care. We appreciate your support.
Attention Holstein exhibitors, our judge has completed his placing in the junior 3-year-old class. Second place was entry 824, Scarlet Summer War Miss C, exhibited by Alexander Burley. And our winner of the class, entry 828, Yonkers Pride Jordy Frost, exhibited by Allison M. Yonker. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, here in our junior 3-year-old class, the cow I'm starting with, the cow that's got 2 calves, and I just prefer the shape to that rear udder today. I love the cleanliness that she has, and I also prefer the way she gets out on those rear legs today. Take nothing away from this dairy cow coming out of here in second. Again, you like the side profile. Just like to see the way when she gets in line and out on the move, she handles them legs today to get her up in that one hole. 2 over 3, just showing me a little more quality all the way through, a little more snugness today, a little cleaner, especially up through that head and neck region today. And I made a last-minute switch, and I apologize for that with these 2 individuals. But when I get them out here, I feel a little more comfortable with the young man's cow that I got here in third. A cow, you just give your advantage in that frame today, just a little nicer in that fore udder. But again, you like the shape and to this young lady's cow's rear udder that's coming out next. Again, just not quite as balanced in her frame today to get up any higher in the class. A really nice class of junior 3-year-olds. Congratulations.
If you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein show, we had 6 entries in our junior 3-year-old class. Entry 821 was third. Entry 822 was fifth. Entry 823 was sixth. Entry 824 was second. Entry 827 was fourth. And entry 828 was first. Yonkers Pride Jordy Frost, exhibited by Allison M. Yonker. We now have our senior 3-year-old class entering the Holstein ring.
Let's give these red and white exhibitors a round of applause. Some nice quality here in our young cow classes here this morning. With that being said, I'm going to go out and congratulate your intermediate, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. If you would just recognize these young individuals for the outstanding efforts they've put in here this morning. For me, for your intermediate over your reserve, it's that mobility. It's the way she tracks out on those rear legs. She just moves a little more fluid here for me than our long frame cow here for reserve. But again, love these 2 individuals, these 3 individuals, and taking nothing away from everybody else on the side of the ring here this morning. Outstanding quality here to start off our red show this morning. Congratulations.
Congratulations in the red and white ring to the intermediate champion, exhibited by Madison and Tyler Soden, MCGK Late Night Danica Red ET. And reserve goes to Andy Welsh with Savagely Doral Dottie Red. That was entry 1439. An honorable mention goes to Corey Black with Airflow Spring Warrior Jojo Red.
Attention Holstein exhibitors, our judge has completed his placing in our senior 3-year-old class. Second place was entry 834, Shoresbrook Sidekick Ashes, exhibited by Brady Shores. And our winner of the class was entry 833, Black and Cherry AADS ET, exhibited by Ella Lavity and Madden Story. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, again, here in our senior 3-year-old, we got tremendous quality cattle with good udders. But the cow I'm starting with, you just love the length of frame that she has. All quality, all style. A little higher in that rear udder today. I do get granted there's a freckle more semen, the second prize cow. But the second prize cow, I'd like to see get around the ring a little nicer on them rear legs today. Again, a cow that's beautiful, black, silky kind of cow. Second over third for me today. A little cleaner in those hocks today, and show me a little more definition of semen at rear udder. But again, it was close. A third prize cow, cow you like the length of her fore udder that she wears today, and it is that overall fullness to the midsection that takes her to the young man's fourth prize cow coming out here. Fourth over fifth, just tracking all the way around on a better set of feet and legs today. Congratulations.
In the red and white ring, the 4-year-olds have been placed. Second place goes to entry 1444, exhibited by Walker Carroll, Rindholm Warrior Pepper Red. And the class winner is entry 1448, exhibited by Carter Nagel, Premier Point D. Elena Red ET. Judge?
Sorry, caught me mid-drink. Again, another nice class over here in the red show. For me, there was a handy winner out here. I just give this cow here in first the advantage in mammary attachments, the snugness and of attachments, holding that udder higher above her hock here than our recently fresh cow coming out here in second. Second over third, I just give her the advantage in having more bloom to the mammary system today, having one more calf through her than our stale cow coming out here that's been fresh since September in third. But again, a quality class from end to end. Congratulations.
If you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein show, we had 7 entries in our senior 3-year-old class. Entry 829 was 7th and best bred and owned, Walkley Hannon's Backflip, exhibited by Connor Walker. Entry 830 was 4th, entry 831 was 5th, entry 832 was 6th, entry 833 was 1st, Black and Cherry AADS ET, exhibited by Ella Lavity and Madden Story. Entry 834 was 2nd, and entry 835 was 3rd. We now have our intermediate champions for the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein show coming into the ring.
In the red and white ring, the 6-year-old and older class has been placed. First place goes to entry 1450, exhibited by Madison Burley, Roseland, Picasso, Jingle Red.
Just one age cow here in our red show, but a really quality individual, 9 years old, 5 calves. Love the bloom and of that mammary system and the quality of that mammary system this cow has. Definitely a cow that could stand some more competition. Congratulations.
In the red and white ring, entries for senior champion consideration are now entering the ring. We would like to thank the sponsors of these awards. The Senior Champion Award is sponsored by the Maryland Red and White Association, and the Reserve Senior Champion Award is sponsored by Progressive Dairy.
Let's give these individuals in consideration for senior champion a round of applause. Only 3 cows out here, but 3 really nice cows. I'm going to go out and select your senior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and please recognize these kids for their outstanding efforts here today. A fairly close placing here for your senior champions, but for me, I'm just giving the advantage to our 4-year-old, just having a little more height and width to the top of that rear udder here today than our age cow, but taking nothing away from this age cow, 9 years old, and having 5 calves, a tremendous individual in her own right. Congratulations.
In the red and white ring, congratulations to Carter Nagel exhibiting the senior champion, entry 1448, Premier Point D Elena Red ET. And Reserve Senior Champion goes to Madison Burley with entry 1450, Roseland Picasso Jingle Red ET. Also congratulations to Walker Carroll with honorable mention, Rindholm Warrior Pepper Red.
Attention Holstein exhibitors. Our judge has pulled out his 4 for the intermediate champion of the Pennsylvania Holstein Show. Judge, your comments.
Well, folks, give these individuals a big round of applause, the quality they brought out for their young cow show of your PA show. We're not going to talk about them a lot. I think they're cows that got good udders, they got good frames. I'll talk about them a little bit after I get a champion. I'll go out and I'll pick your intermediate, reserve, and honorable mention that way. And when I do, receive them with a big round of applause. Well, folks, this young summer 2-year-old for me today, she puts it all together. She straightened her lines. She walks out on a good set of feet and legs, and she's got a welded-on mammary system for me today. She's so balanced in her makeup. She's a little fuller in that midsection when I view them from the rear. Take nothing away from the big high-style black cow for reserve. You love the length that she has. You love the style that she has. I just prefer the rear udder today on this first prize cow for your intermediate champion. And again, your second prize summer 2-year-old, just need a little more lift in that front end for me today, but again, a cow that I think fits in there very nicely with a beautiful mammary system for your honorable mention. Again, give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
And then 833 was reserve, and 796 was honorable mention. Congratulations to our intermediate champion of the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show, entry 798, Windy Knoll View Fizzy, exhibited by Brinkley Burdett. Reserve intermediate champion was entry 833, Black and Cherry A.H. Adderley E.T., exhibited by Ella Lavity and Matted Story. Our honorable mention of the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show was entry 796, Penwood Eye Candy Bazooka, exhibited by Charles Stolzfus. Congratulations.
Here for our grand champion selection in our red and white show, we pulled our intermediates and our senior champions out here for consideration. Without any further ado, I'm going to go out and select your grand, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then we'll give a little talk about each of them. But congratulations to all these juniors in the junior show that brought out nice quality here this morning. I'm going to stick with our pair of intermediate champions here today, taking nothing away from our senior champion. A pair of cows that stood some tremendous competition here this morning, cows that wear tremendous mammary systems, and it's that overall height and width, that rear udder, and just that drop to that midsection that gets over our honorable mention here today. But congratulations to all the exhibitors here again this morning for the outstanding quality.
Attention Holstein exhibitors, we now have our animals for the intermediate champion of the Premier National Junior Show entering the ring. We would like to thank our sponsors for the Intermediate Champion Awards for the Premier National Junior Show. Sponsoring our Intermediate Champion Award is Huber's Animal Health, LLC. And sponsoring our Reserve Intermediate Champion Award is the Pennsylvania Holstein Association. We thank you very much for your support.
Here to conclude our red and white cow show here this morning, we have our best bred known class. Let's give these 5 exhibitors a big round of applause. Quite a feat and quite an honor to breed quality individuals to bring to a national show like this. Without any further ado, I'm going to go out and congratulate your champion bred known red and white cow. If you would give recognition where recognition is due. Congratulations. For me, this cow, a cow that placed really high in her class there. I believe she was second in her class in a really tough class there behind our champion, but an outstanding individual in her own right. And it's that overall quality and mammary system that gets her in that position here for best bred known today. But congratulations to all the exhibitors out here in the center of the ring.
In the red and white ring, congratulations to our grand champion female, entry 1437, exhibited by Madison and Tyler Soden with MCGK Late Night Danica Red ET. And congratulations to reserve grand champion winner, entry 1439, exhibited by Andy Welsh with Savage Lee Doral Dottie Red. The best senior female bred and owned exhibitor goes to entry 1434, Kaylee Hartman with PA Lindley Lizzo Red. Congratulations.
Well, again, give these youth a big round of applause for the quality they brought out for their intermediate champion. Been coming here a long time, and again, it's an honor to do this, but to see a group of young cows standing out here, beautiful frame cows, cows that got good udders. I won't take a lot of time. I'll go out and pick your intermediate, reserve, and honorable mention, and in that way, again, give them a big round of applause. Well, like I said in your state show, this young cow today for me, she puts it all together. She's straight in her line. She's got a beautiful mammary system, walks out on a good set of feet and legs. and then it gets a little closer for reserve, but I think the milking yearling fits my pattern just a little fuller in that midsection. I grant you'd like to harden her up just a freckle on that top, but when you walk up in front of this young cow, she's got width of chest. She's got a nice mammary system, and again, take nothing away from the high style senior 3-year-old back here with 2 calves. Again, you love the length that she has, but I like her in that honorable mention hole today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our intermediate champion of the Premier National Junior Holstein Show. Entry 798, Windy Knoll View Fizzy, exhibited by Brinkley Burdett, our winning Summer Junior 2. Reserve intermediate champion was entry 790, Maple Slope D Vanna 2752 ET, exhibited by Derek George, our winning milking yearling. Honorable mention was entry 833, Black and Cherry AADS ET, exhibited by Ella Lavity and Madden Story. Congratulations.
Check off. American Dairy Association Northeast, making every drop count. American Dairy Association Northeast works on behalf of dairy farmers to promote milk with breakfast and lunch in schools throughout our 6-state territory. The National School Lunch Program still requires that milk be offered with every meal, and that's good news for dairy farmers. We also show schools how to add other dairy items to school menus with innovative recipes like yogurt smoothies and hot chocolate milk. And we help schools keep milk cold. Learn more about our work in schools at americandairy.com.
In the red and white ring, we are now starting the Heifer show with the spring Heifer calf class. I would like to reintroduce the judge to everyone today. We would like to thank Jenny Thomas for joining us from North Lewisburg, Ohio. Jenny and her husband Nathan, along with their children Colton, Kendall, and Cameron, co-own and operate Triple T Holsteins. The herd includes over 100 registered Holsteins and Jerseys, with 35 currently milking. Triple T houses and develops the Vieira Jersey show herd, along with caring for their own herd of elite Holsteins and Jerseys. The farm has produced over 200 All-American and All-Canadian nominations. Triple T has raised many champions, including Stony Point Joel Bailey, Excellent 96, who was supreme at the 2024 World Dairy Expo. Jenny has officiated the Red and White Holstein Show at the 2025 New York Spring Show, Holsteins and Red and Whites at the 2024 Western National Holstein in Utah, National Holstein Junior Show at the All-American in Harrisburg in 2023, Jersey and Red shows at the 2023 UK Borderway Show, and Jerseys and Holsteins at Indiana State Fair, and the Jerseys and the Red and White shows at Wisconsin State Fair. The Maryland State Fair Holstein Show judged multiple breeds at the state shows in Utah, Pennsylvania, New York, and in California. In addition, Jenny has served as associate judge for the All-American Jersey Junior Show and served as associate judge for the Eastern National Holstein Show in Harrisburg, PA. Jenny now works as a marketing coordinator for Vieira Dairy, D&D Ingredients, and Swanson Family Businesses while remaining active on the farm and in genetic promotion. Let's show our appreciation to Jenny with a round of applause, please.
Attention Holstein exhibitors, our judge has completed his placing in the 4-year-old class. Second place was entry 840, Peace and Plenty Sidekick Juby 37, exhibited by Bristol Earhart. And our winner of the class, entry 836, Cozy Country Jungle Juice, exhibited by Hayden Weaver.
Ladies and gentlemen, a really nice class of 4-year-olds. But when I get them sorted out, I'm happy with this high style kind of cow that I'm starting the class with. A cow that's got a high, wide rear udder venation all over it. And when I give her advantage also of the width, when I get up front, she's a little wider than this black silky cow coming out in second. The second prize cow over the third prize cow, giving her advantage having 3 calves over the 2 calver. But again, I think she fits the pattern of a first prize cow. Then you come into the third and fourth prize cows. 2 cows that are a little bigger in their frames, but I switched them around here. The young man's cow didn't fresh a little bit longer than the young lady's cow coming out here that's recently fresh, but again, she's so straight in her lines, showing me just a freckle more quality of that mammary system. But the fourth prize cow, again, give her a little more time, clean up a little bit. I think she could get up a little higher. The young lady's cow over the young man's cow coming next. When I get behind her, just showing me more drop to that midsection today, showing me a little more definition of seam in that rear udder. And then the young man coming next over the 6th prize cow, just a whisker cleaner all the way through, a little wider and higher at the top of the rear udder today. Congratulations.
If you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein show, we had 12 entries in our 4-year-old class. Entry 836 was first, Cozy Country Jungle Juice, exhibited by Hayden Weaver. Entry 837 was 9th and best bred and owned, Penwood Sidekick Pop Fly, exhibited by Claire Stolzfus. Entry 838 was 3rd, entry 839 was 11th, entry 840 was 2nd, entry 841 was 10th, entry 842 was 5th, entry 844 was 8th, entry 845 was 7th, entry 846 was 12th, entry 847 was 6th, and entry 848 was 4th. We now have our 5-year-old cows coming into the Holstein ring.
In the red and white ring, the junior heifer calf class has been placed. The spring heifer calf class has been placed. Second place goes to entry 1320, exhibited by Madison Soden, Sweet Peas, Aceti, Anika Red. And congratulations to class winner entry 1319, exhibited by Philip McCormick, Storybrooke Ace Razzle Red. Judge?
Really nice class here to start off our red and white heifer show. With that being said, the heifer that's going to win the class came to the top quite easily for me today. A heifer that really caught your eye when she came in the ring. You love the style, you love the balance, you love that open springer rib and the squareness of her frame. And she tracks around the ring so freely and easily. And it's that overall dairyness, particularly through the front end, that gets her over our similar made heifer here in second. Heifer over second, over the heifer in third. I just prefer the little more heifer here today, a little more width all the way throughout, a little more drop to that midsection over our really pretty framed heifer here in third. Heifer in third, heifer I moved up here there in the class a little bit there. Straight lined heifer, great legged heifer, heifer that you admire, the openness and drop. And it's that similar pattern that she follows our first two heifers that gets her in that spot. I give the advantage to our third place over our fourth, and just being a little nicer in that front end, a little tighter in the crops and behind that shoulder area today than our really stylish, pretty heifer coming out here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's just that openness, that dairyness, that cleanness, and that flatness of bone today over our fifth place calf. But again, a tremendous class from end to end.
Attention Holstein exhibitors, our judge has completed his placing in the 5-year-old class. Second place, entry 855, Little Home Mucho E.T., exhibited by Derek George. And our winner of the class, entry 870, TTM Jordy Buick, exhibited by Chase Savage, Corey Black, and Alexis Arbaugh. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, here in your 5-year-old class, a cow that comes to the top quite handily for me. A cow that you admire her length of frame, you love the width that she has, and just a beautiful memory system. Being said, over the second prize cow, she's a little fuller all the way through. She showed me a little more definition of seam, a little higher and wider at the top of that rear udder. But take nothing away from this silky cow coming out in second. Second over third today, just fuller in that rear udder today. Third over fourth, just a little more balance for me in that frame today. I prefer up through that front end a little nicer today. And the young lady's cow coming out next, you love the venation, you love the height and width of that rear udder, and it is that quality that takes her over the young lady's cow coming next. A really nice class of 5-year-olds. Congratulations.
For those following along in the red and white show, I'll give the placings for the spring heifer calf class. Entry 1301 was 18th, 1302, 17th, 1304, 5th, 1306, 14th, 1307, 15th, 1308, 13th, 1309, 11th, 1310, 6th, 1312, 12th, 1313, 3rd, 1314, 7th, 1321, 16th, 1453, 9th, 1315, 8th, 1316, 4th, 1318, 10th, 1319 was the class winner, exhibited by Philip McCormick. This was also best bred and owned. Storybrooke Ace Razzle Red. And entry 1320 placed second. The winter heifer calves are now in the ring.
If you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein show, we had 6 entries in our 5-year-old class. Entry 851 was 5th. Entry 852 was 3rd. Entry 853 was 4th and best bred and owned. Sonnen Sidekick Jacot Mocha, exhibited by Sierra Grace Sonnen. Entry 870 was 1st. TTM Jordy Buick, exhibited by Chase Savage, Corey Black, and Alexis Arbaugh. Entry 855 was 2nd, and entry 864 was 6th. We now have our age cow class in the ring. Attention Holstein exhibitors, there will be a lead out class for best bred and owned of the black and white Holstein show. If you won best bred and owned in a milking cow class today, please come to ringside. I repeat, there will be a lead out class for best bred and owned in the Holstein show. If you won best bred and owned in a class today, please come to ringside. Thank you. Attention Holstein exhibitors, our judge has completed his placing in the age cow class. In second place, entry 856, Elm Bend Goosebump, exhibited by Gavin Bewley. And in first place, we have entry 857, Oakfield Tattoo Tender, E.T., exhibited by Chloe and Claire Lamb. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, certainly not the big class, but 3 lovely cows to see in your age cow class. That being said, I think we have a cow that wins the class. For me, I guess I'm going to say Hanley, but just when you see this cow from the side profile and then you get behind her and then you watch her walk on her feet and legs, the cow that you just got to admire today. But again, the second prize cow in her own right's a beautiful cow. Just not quite deep enough in that midsection when I view them from the side. I'd like to change the way she tracks out on those rear feet and legs today. But a cow that's just showing me so much more quality, moving around a little nicer than this big white cow coming out again in third. A beautiful class of age cows. Congratulations.
If you're marking your catalog in the Holstein show, we had 3 entries in our age cow class. Entry 856 was second. Entry 857 was first, Oakfield Tattoo Tender, exhibited by Chloe and Claire Lamb. And entry 858 was third. We now have our production cow class coming into the ring. We would like to ask our senior champions and overall champions to come back to ringside. For Pennsylvania Holstein Association, first and second in our cow classes. And then for the overall Premier National Junior Show, we need our first and second place cows back to ringside, please. We're going to move right into senior champion after our production cow class. Thank you. There's only 1 entry in our production cow class, so we would like to ask for you guys to make it back to ringside as soon as possible. Thank you.
Well, just 1 entry here in your Holstein production cow class. But a beautiful Gary cow. I love the height and width rear udder today. Just like to see a few more out here. Congratulations.
And our winner in our production cow class is entry 859. Walk Lead Dorman 2391, exhibited by Brianna Walker. Congratulations. Our senior champion for the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show is now coming into the ring. We would please like to ask that all first and second from each class to come to ringside and to have our best bred and owned winners to come back to ringside for our best bred and owned class. Thank you.
folks, give these exhibitors a big round of applause for the quality they brought out of your senior champion lineup for your PA show. I did take nothing away from the group I pulled over here, but I think these three are the three cows in contention for your senior champion for me. The cows that got good frames, cows that got good udders, and again, I won't take a lot of time, but this young man right here in front of me with your age cow, she's going to be your senior champion today. Just a beautiful cow to be your senior champion. And then for me, we're going to come down here, and both these young men with their 4-year-olds. That was a really good class of 4-year-olds. Will be your reserve. You're going to be your honorable mention. Again, senior champion for your PA show on your age cow. Just a beautiful mammary system. Showing me a little more width all the way through over this very stylish balanced cow that's going to be reserved. And then again, your second prize 4-year-old will be your honorable mention. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our senior champions of the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show. Our senior champion is entry 856, Elm Bend Goosebump, exhibited by Gavin Bewley. Reserve intermediate champion is entry 836, Cozy Country Jungle Juice, exhibited by Hayden Weaver. And our honorable mention senior champion of the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show is entry 838, Windy Knoll View Pansy, exhibited by Britton Cordell. Congratulations. Once pictures are over, we will be selecting our grand champion of the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show.
Check off. American Dairy Association Northeast, making every drop count. Dairy farmers work hard to prepare feed for their cows. But what's the point if it's scattered and messy and the cows can't reach the feed to eat it? It's the same in the dairy aisle. Processors use quality milk to make a variety of yogurts that appeal to different tastes. But what's the point if the section looks empty, messy, and shoppers can't reach the products they want? Just like robotic feed pushers move fresh feed towards cows in the barn, yogurt dividers move inventory to the front of the dairy case, keeping it in reach for busy customers. The retail team at American Dairy Association Northeast works closely with dairy case managers to make it easier for customers to access dairy and to ensure that dairy cases are clean, cold, and well stocked. Want to find out more about your dairy checkoff investment? Visit americandairy.com.
Well, folks, give these exhibitors a big round of applause for the quality they brought out for your Pennsylvania Junior Show. Extremely happy with what we have out here. Cattle with good udders. They're hard top cattle, but we're not going to take a lot of time. I'll go out and I'll pick your Grand Reserve and honorable mention in that way. And when I do, give them a big round of applause. Well, folks, for Grand and your reserve, take nothing away from the younger cows because I love both of them cows, and I think this summer junior 2-year-old's got a big future ahead of her. But for Grand and reserve today, we're going to go with this age cow and your first prize 4-year-old cattle that, for me today, are on the money. They got really good mammary systems. They're open in that midsection. It just giving the advantage to the 4-year-old. Just a little more open when I view them from the rear in that midsection today. But again, you love that summer junior 2-year-old, and take nothing away from our reserve cow, the black cow down there on the end. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our grand champion of the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show. Entry 856, Elm Bend Goosebump, exhibited by Gavin Bewley. Reserve Grand Champion of the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show was entry 836, Cozy Country Jungle Juice, exhibited by Hayden Weaver. And our honorable mention was our intermediate champion and winning summer junior 2-year-old, Windy Knoll View Fizzy, exhibited by Brinkley Burdett. Congratulations. Attention Holstein exhibitors, we now have our senior champion of the Premier National Junior Show entering the ring. We would like to ask that our intermediate champions stay at ringside for our grand champion of the Premier National Junior Show. We would also like to ask that our best bred and owned winners for the Premier National Junior Show and the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show please be on deck to ringside, because after the grand champion we will do our best bred and owned classes. Thank you.
In the red and white ring, the winter heifer calf class has been placed. Second place goes to entry 1335, exhibited by Bethany Eberlin, Cherry Lure War Reba Ray Red. and the class winner is entry 1334, exhibited by Bryson Blair with Darview Rompin Riley Red. Judge?
Really large class over here in our red and white show in quality from end to end. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Outstanding animals out here and individuals. We've got a little bit of everything out here, kind of all different shapes and sizes, and it took me a couple little shuffles here to sort them out. But if you'd switch a pair, I wouldn't disagree with you. You could talk things either way. But with that being said, the young man that's going to win the class, a heifer that is striking from the side view. Yep, striking from the side view. He when he leads her around the ring, you love the style and the presence, the balance this heifer has. She tracks out comfortable on those rear legs and has some width in that front end. Taking nothing away from our heifer in second. Heifer that doesn't lead always the best here when going around the ring. It took me a while to kind of find her and get her a good look there, but when she does lead and comes together, you really appreciate the drop of the midsection, the flat and dairy bone that this heifer has, and the squareness of rump that she has. And it's that overall dairy frame and drop to that rib that gets her over our really straight lined stylish heifer here in third. Heifer in third, just like to lengthen her out in that head and neck here to get her any higher today, but what a quality heifer. It's that overall quality, especially that lift through that front end that gets her over our really balanced heifer here in fourth. Heifer in fourth, a really ultra dairy heifer, a heifer that's not the biggest heifer in the class, but you admire the square frame, the quality of bone, and the way she tracks on those legs. And it's that overall balance and the way she tracks on those legs and that spring to that midsection that gets her over our long framed heifer here in fifth. Fifth over sixth, I just prefer the way she handles her shoulder, just a little nicer blending in that shoulder region today. And she tracks out a little more comfortably on the rear legs today around the ring than our sixth place heifer. But a tremendous class from end to end. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, again, folks, give these exhibitors a big round of applause, the quality they brought out for their senior champion lineup. Take nothing away from the group over here to my left, but pulled out the 3 cows for me that I feel are in contention for your senior champion today. Again, cows that have got hard tops, good mammary systems, it's splitting hairs. I'll go out and look at them one more time, get a champion, reserve, an honorable mention. And when I do, give them a big round of applause. Well, folks, 3 tremendous cows out here, but the cow I'm making champion today is the ideal cow that I want to see standing out here. A hard top, a beautiful mammary system. She's so clean from nose to butt. And then for reserve, it gets a little closer to me, but the white cow, for me, she's just showing me more quality. She's fuller in that rear udder today, a little leveler on the floor of that udder today, but take nothing away from the big frame cow coming up here for honorable mention. A beautiful cow in her own right, cows that I think are going to go on down the road and do a lot of good things. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our senior champion of the Premier National Junior Show. Our senior champion was entry 857, Oakfield Tattoo Tender ET, exhibited by Chloe and Claire Lamb. Our reserve senior champion was entry 856, Elm Bend Goosebump, exhibited by Gavin Bewley. And our honorable mention was entry 870, TTM Jordy Buick, exhibited by Chase Savage, Corey Black, and Alexis Arbaugh. Congratulations.
Well, again, folks, we won't take a lot of time here, but I want to thank you for having me judge your cow show today. It's been an extreme honor. And again, to see cattle come out here under you youth looking this good, it's a lot to be proud of. You thank your parents, you thank your people back in the barn to get them ready. But again, I couldn't be more proud of the lineup we have out here for our champion lineup of our cows. But I think it's pretty logical today. It's hard to deny these 3 older cows. They're going to be your grand, they're going to be your reserve, and honorable mention in that way. Congratulations.
And congratulations to our grand champion of the Premier National Junior Show, Oakfield Tattoo Tender ET, exhibited by Chloe and Claire Lamb. Our reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, Elm Bend Goosebump, exhibited by Gavin Bewley. An honorable mention was our winning 5-year-old, TTM Jordy Buick, exhibited by Chase Savage, Corey Black, and Alexis Arbaugh. Congratulations. Once pictures are over, we will do our best bred and owned for the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show, and then for the Premier National Junior Holstein Show. Thank you.
In the winter heifer calf class in the red and white show, I want to start off with a correction. First place in that class was entry 1343, exhibited by James Hardesty with Seamers War 7 Red ET. Following along your catalog, entry 1322, 17th, 1323, 18th, 1324, 19th, 1325, 3rd, 1326, 22nd, 1327, 20th, 1328, 11th, 1329, 4th, 1330, 10th, 1331, 14th, 1332, 5th, 1333, 12th, 1334, 21st, 1335, 2nd, 1337, 6th, 1338, 9th, 1339, 13th, 1340, 8th, 1342, 15th, 1343, again was your class winner, exhibited by James Hardesty with Seamers War 7 Red ET. Entry 1344 was 16th, and entry 1345 was 7th. The fall heifer calves are now in the red and white ring.
go out here for your bred and owned. This young man right here on her end with her third prize summer junior 2-year-old. She's going to be your bred and owned champion today. A really nice group. Give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
White cow. Yep, okay. The white cow. The one right up front. Yep, right here. You guys can look. It's the white cow. Grab those from Dave. Grab that stuff from Dave. I said David's gonna take it from you.
Yeah, just that's weavers. They'll come back and get it. Okay.
Hey there, Jay.
Congratulations to our best bred and owned of the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show and the Premier National Junior Show. Our best bred and owned was entry 797, Cool Kids War Money Shaker, exhibited by Jacob Cooley. Congratulations.
In the red and white ring, the fall heifer calf class has been placed. Congratulations to entry 1358, second place, exhibited by Kenzie Hudson, MD Hill, BTU, Iowa Red ET. And the class winner is entry 1360, exhibited by Jacob Brayman, Boardwalk Alpha Ruby Red ET. Judge?
Give these kids a round of applause. A really large class here in your red and white show. A lot of quality all the way down through. Not the easiest class, again, to sort out here at the top. You have different shapes, different sizes, different kinds. I did shuffle them around a bit. The young man that I'm going to win the class with, when you analyze this heifer, she's the heifer with the least amount of faults. She's a heifer that moves freely around the ring. I give her the advantage over our second place heifer and just the way she handles her feet today. I also prefer the drop to the midsection over our second place heifer. Taking nothing away from this second place heifer, a heifer you love the balance, you love the style this heifer has. She's very eye-catching when she's out on the move. I give her the advantage in the way she holds that top today, particularly when she's stopped and in line over our big, powerful heifer here in third. Heifer in third, she's kind of the problem child here for me in the class. You love the strength, you love the width that this heifer has. Again, just like to make her a little harder over the top, particularly in that loin region today when staying in line to get her any higher. But it's the overall mass, the overall width, the overall length of frame that gets her over the pretty heifer here in fourth. Heifer in fourth, just a nice balanced heifer with very few holes in her. You love that openness and springer rib. I give her the advantage over our short-aged October calf here in fifth, and just being a little wider through that chest floor today. The heifer here in fifth, again, like I said, an October calf, really stylish, really open-ribbed heifer. And it's that open rib and that style and balance that gets her over our heifer here in sixth. But again, another quality class from end to end. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
For the red and white show, for those of you marking your catalog, I will share the placings for the fall heifer calf class. Entry 1347, 23rd. 1348, 5th. 1349, 22nd. 1351, 24th. 1352, 18th. 1353, 8th. 1354, 12th. 1355, 13th. 1356, 7th. 1357, 19th. 1358 was 2nd. 1359, 4th. 1360 was the class winner, Jacob Brayman with Boardwalk Alpha Ruby Red ET. Entry 1361 was 6th. 1362, 15th. 1363, 10th. 1365, 20th. 1366, 9th. 1367, 11th. 1368, 16th. 1369, 21st. 1370, 17th. 1371, 3rd. And 1372 was placed 14th. In the red and white ring, the summer yearling heifer class has been completed. Second place goes to entry 1374, exhibited by Chloe and Claire Lamb, Milk Source Haha Red ET. And the class winner is entry 1378, exhibited by Lily Marshman, Ms. Cherry Lily War Reserve Red. Judge?
Another quality class here, heifer for me that comes out on top. I just prefer this heifer, the way she holds herself together throughout the ring at all times. She's level on that top. She's hard over that loin. She's has a perfect slope to her rump here for me as a heifer. And it's just that advantage on the way she's handling herself, particularly through that rump region here today. It gets her over this long frame heifer coming out in second. Heifer in second, you admire the long length of neck, head and neck she has, and the way she blends in that shoulder. And it's that advantage that puts her over this square-made heifer here in third. Third over fourth, just a little more heifer here all the way throughout, a little more width in the front end, a little more width all the way through that rump section here today over our long framey heifer here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, I just give that heifer the advantage in having a little more width, a little more strength all the way throughout that front end and carrying that strength all the way through the rear end today of over the long frame silky heifer here in fifth. Fifth over sixth, just that cleanliness of bone, flatness of bone, and dairy quality all the way throughout over our sixth place heifer. But another quality class from end to end. Congratulations.
Attention Holstein exhibitors, our judge has begun his first pool in the spring calf class. We would like to thank our sponsors for the Premier National Junior Holstein Show today. Our grand champion sponsor was ADM Animal Nutrition Incorporated. Reserve grand champion sponsor was the Pennsylvania Holstein Association. Our senior champion sponsor was Lancaster County Junior Holstein Club. Reserve senior champion sponsor was ADM Animal Nutrition Incorporated. For our intermediate champion sponsors, we have Hoover's Animal Health LLC, Pennsylvania Holstein Association, and Hoover's Animal Health LLC. For our best bred and owned sponsor, we have Zim Haven Farm, Lauren and Helen Zimmerman. And for our first place prizes, we have Singing Brook Farms, and our champion rosettes were sponsored by Kemin Animal Nutrition. We also have breed supporter sponsors of the Adams County Holstein Association, the Berks County Holstein Association, Daryl Martin of DLM Hoof Care, Harry H. Bachman, auctioneer, J. Ra Holsteins, the Rainey family, Kitchview Farm, Randy and Pack Kitchen, the Maryland Holstein Association, Oakfield Corners Dairy, and Pendell Farm. We would like to thank all of our sponsors for their gracious support in putting this all together. Thank you.
So those are things I'm uber now. You know, we don't run a ton of bulls, as you know, through the program, so I got to find a sure we have something that works.
And with our judge working on his first pull in the spring calves, we'd like to reintroduce him, Matt Hawbaker. Matt Hawbaker owns and operates Interstate Heifer Care Services, boarding elite dairy cattle. Prior to the development of Interstate Heifer Care Service, he was employed as a the Ayrshire Show at the North American, the Ohio Spring Dairy Expo Holstein Show, the Wisconsin Championship Red and White Show, and was the associate judge for the International Ayrshire Show at World Dairy Expo. Matt, along with his wife Sarah and two daughters, Kenley and Hadley, reside in Clear Spring, Maryland. Let's give Matt a big thank you for judging our Holstein Show today.
thought,
In the red and white ring, the judge has made the final placings. Second place goes to entry 1394, exhibited by Landon Neely, Lucky Acetylene Ace Red. And the class winner is 1390, exhibited by Bethany Eberlin, Cherry Lore Rihanna Red.
I sent a message to James Gustav because he's from our county.
Another nice class here in our red and white show. For me, a heifer that kind of came to the top, a heifer that you love, that style, the balance, the extension through her head and neck, and it's that overall extension through her endeariness and cleanliness through her head and neck, and that drop to her flank here today that gets her over the similar made heifer coming out in second. Heifer in second over the heifer in third. Again, I just prefer the natural dairiness and the quality all the way throughout the bone and structure over our big long-framed heifer here in third. Third over fourth, just the advantage in the way she carries that rump structure throughout the ring today when standing and in line and when out on the move. I prefer the slope from hooks to pins and the way she strides out on those rear legs over the nice balanced heifer here in fourth place. Fourth over fifth, I just give the advantage and just more heifer here today, more heifer from end to end, more width and depth all the way throughout, but another nice class here in your red show.
For those of you marking the catalog for the red and white show, the spring yearling heifer class results are as follows. 1383 was fourth, 1386 was third, 1389 fifth, 1390 was the class winner, exhibited by Bethany Eberlin, Cherry Lore Rihanna Red, 1394 second, 1395 seventh, and 1454 was sixth. For the red and white show, we'd like to give a shout out to our breed supporters who help make this show possible. Thank you to Kitchview Farm, Randy and Pat Kitchen, also Tom and Joy Crothers, and Bob and Janice Landis. Thank you for your support.
Attention Holstein exhibitors, our judge has completed his placings in the spring calf class. In second place, entry 616, Woodbine Hulu Poppy, exhibited by Annette Claverty. And in first place, entry 614, Blondin Direct Alyssa Twin ET, exhibited by Rachel Cron. Judge, your comments on that.
Well, folks, give them a big round of applause for the quality of spring calves they brought out to start your heifer show. That being said, this top end's pretty stout, but the heifer I'm starting with, she's so long, she's so clean, feminine, and it is that femininity all the way through. It takes her over this stylish black heifer coming out in second. Second place heifer fits the same mold as the first heifer for me, that size and scale. Like I said, just like to clean her up to get her up any higher. And we come with the next three calves, juggle them around a little bit, but I think three calves that are all made the same way. Young man's heifer we bumped up, just a little square all the way through, just giving me a little more stretch all the way through. The young man heifer's coming out next. Again, similar made heifer, beautiful ribbed calf. Just a little more calf power today over the young heifer coming out here next. This young man, I think this heifer's going to grow up and go on next year to be quite a young calf. But today I like her in this fifth hole. Fifth over six, just tracking a little square on them rear legs today. The sixth calf, you really like the size and scale to her, but like to see her handle them rear legs to get her any higher. Congratulations.
In the red and white ring, the winter yearling heifer class has been placed. Second place goes to entry 1400, exhibited by Ava Harris, Dark Horse Altitude Bogey Red. And the class winner is entry 1396, exhibited by Michaela Durr, Ms. Rompin Mystic Red ET. Judge?
Another nice class here in our red and white show. For me, a heifer that kind of comes to the top quite handily, a heifer that has the advantage over our second place heifer and just the femininity and style and balance all the way throughout. She's longer and leaner through that head and neck and keeps that and carries less flesh all the way throughout, being a little finer boned and refined boned through her leg and her hock as well over our second place heifer. Taking that away from the second place heifer, a big, strong, powerful heifer, a heifer that you admire, that width that she has throughout, and it's that overall width and levelness of rump, and the way she tracks on those rear legs that gets her over our long frame heifer here in third. Heifer in third, another nice quality individual, and I give her the advantage over our fourth place heifer, and just being a little nicer in that rump structure today, being more, having more desirable angle from the hooks to the pins over our long frame heifer here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just a little more heifer all the way throughout, a little more drop in that midsection, a little more uphill run to her over our fifth place heifer. Fifth over sixth, it just comes down to having a little more width in that front end and a little more drop and width in that midsection over our sixth place heifer here today, but another quality class from end to end.
If you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein Spring Calf class, we had 29 entries. Entry 601 was 15th. Entry 602 was 14th. Entry 603 was 27th. Entry 606 was 11th. Entry 607 was 29. Entry 609 was 17th. Entry 611 was 20th. Entry 614 was 1st. Blondin Direct Alyssa, twin, ET, exhibited by Rachel Cron. Entry 615 was 5th. Entry 616 was 2nd. Entry 618 was 28th. Entry 617 was 24th. Entry 619 was 19th. Entry 620 was 9th. Entry 621 was 22nd. Entry 622 was 10th. Entry 623 was 7th. Entry 624 was 30th. Entry 625 was 21st. Entry 626 was 18. Entry 627 was 16th. Entry 628 was 12th. Entry 629 was 6th. Entry 631 was 23rd. Entry 633 was 3rd and best bred and owned. M Divine Arc Luxury, exhibited by Cooper Merrill. Entry 634 was 4th. Entry 635 was 13th. Entry 636 was 26th, and entry 637 was a scratch. Entry 638 was 8th, and entry 639 was 25th. We now have our winter calf class entering the ring in the Holstein show.
In the red and white ring, the fall yearling heifers not in milk have been placed. Entry 1403 is second, exhibited by Alexis Kiefer, Morgan's Way Delilah Red, and the class winner is entry 1404, exhibited by Selah Lewis, Longbrook War Lucy Red E.T. Judge?
Again, a smaller class here, but 3 nice entries here to represent your red breed. The heifer that's going to win here today does so on her length of frame and strength all the way throughout. She's got that uphill run. You love that openness and depth of rib, and it's that overall style balance that gets her over the strong, powerful heifer here in second. Second over third, I just prefer the rump structure on the heifer in second, particularly through the tail head region. But again, 3 nice entries for your red show.
For those of you marking the catalog for the red and white show, the fall yearling heifer not in milk results are as follows. Entry 1403 was second. The class winner was 1404, Selah Lewis, exhibiting Longbrook War Lucy Red E.T. And entry 1406 was third. Momentarily, the heifers will be entering the ring for selection of junior champion female. We would like to thank the sponsors of the Junior Champion Awards. Junior Champion is sponsored by the Red and White Dairy Cattle Association, and Reserve Junior Champion is sponsored by Stocks Dairy, the Daubert family.
out here for your junior champion selection in our red and white show. I pulled 5 heifers in the middle of the ring here. Give these kids a round of applause for the outstanding quality they've brought out here today. I'm going to go out and select your junior champion reserve and honorable mention in that order. If you would please give these kids the recognition they deserve for the outstanding job they've done presenting their heifers here this morning. Not one to always trend to go towards the March calf to win your junior champion honors, but this heifer comes in for me. She's the most complete calf here, heifer out here in the ring today. Not of many holes in this calf. You really love the style, the balance, the great set of feet and legs she walks on, and it's an advantage in just the way she tracks around the ring and having more drop to that midsection and that rear flank over the long-framed yearling here for your reserve honors. For reserve over honorable mention, I just prefer the flatness of bone and quality in this yearling heifer, but taking nothing away from the young man in honorable mention. Congratulations.
In the red and white ring, the junior champion has been selected. And the junior champion is the spring calf exhibited by Philip McCormick, Storybrooke Ace, Razzle Red. And reserve junior champion is the winter yearling, exhibited by Michaela Durr, Ms. Rompin Mystic Red ET.
During our winter calf class today, we are going to present the Drive to Excellence Caleb McGee Memorial Award, presented by Pennsylvania Holstein Association.
Caleb McGee was a Pennsylvania Junior Holstein member who was lost too soon in early 2020. Not only was Caleb a passionate dairy enthusiast and dedicated showman, he was also a talented singer and active community member. In 2022, the Drive to Excellence Caleb McGee Memorial Award was started to honor the legacy of Caleb. The recipient of this award is recognized at the Premier National Junior Show, where they receive a plaque and cash award. We hope to continue to honor Caleb's legacy for many years and recognizing deserving junior members. I'm now going to ask Caleb's parents, Brian and Becky, to say a few words.
If I was given one word to describe our son Caleb, I think it would be passionate. He was passionate about music, especially singing and ministering in music at our church. He was passionate about dairy cattle, specifically pedigrees, showing, and judging. This year's recipient is also a passionate individual. She has served as her FFA chapter's vice president and was a member of the FFA Dairy Cattle Evaluation Team. In addition, she has served on various 4-H club committees and participated in many PA Junior Holstein contests over the years. She, along with her family, share that passion for showing dairy cattle with other Junior Holstein members who might not have the same resources. They provide animals from their herd to lease, all the while providing guidance and encouragement to each individual. After all, she states, everybody deserves to have someone in their corner cheering them on. Congratulations to Reese Burdett, our 2025 Drive to Excellence winner.
Huh? Well, I told her
Check off. American Dairy Association Northeast, making every drop count. From the dairy farm to the consumer's smartphone, we give them a behind-the-scenes look at how dairy farmers produce nutritious milk, care for their cows, and protect the environment. Our popular virtual farm tours connect students, parents, and teachers with dairy farmers for a live video tour of a farm. Over 500,000 students and families have joined the tours to learn more about dairy. Find more information about our upcoming virtual farm tours to share with your community at americandairy.com.
Attention Holstein exhibitors, our judge has completed his placing in the Holstein Winter Calf class. Second place in the class goes to entry number 681, Lady Luck SK Cricket ET, exhibited by Connor Holland. And our winner of the class is entry 700, Peace and Plenty Architect Jube 182, exhibited by Bryn Vidler. Congratulations. Yeah, I don't have any. Oh, spring calves?
Did you get something to eat? Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause for the quality December calves that they brought out here. Probably took a little longer, but that's okay. You got these big rings out here, and it's hard to see them all the way, so I wanted to look at them. But that being said, what a calf to win the class. A calf that's so long from nose to butt. She's deep in that heart. She's open in that midsection and walks out on a nice set of feet and legs. Gets a little closer for me for second and third. We made a switch with the young man's heifer that I'm coming in second with today. When I get back off of her, she's a little fuller in that midsection. She's a little deeper all the way through and stands on those rear legs a little nicer today. Take nothing away from the young lady's calf coming out here in third. You love the straightness of lines to her. Just like to see a little more drop to her. Open her up a little bit. Gives me some funny looks sometimes on those legs, but what a beautiful calf to fall in that third hole. Third over fourth, it's just that cleanliness up through that head and neck. You love the squareness of this calf coming out in fourth. Like I said, for me, I just like to clean her up to get her up any higher. Fourth over fifth, just show me more spring, more openness when I get behind them. Fifth over six, just longer from nose to butt today, but a beautiful class of December calves. Congratulations.
If you're marking your catalogs for the Holstein show, we had 54 entries in our winter calf class. Entry 865 was 42nd. Entry 641 was 53rd. Entry 642 was 21st. Entry 643 was 35th. Entry 645 was 23rd. Entry 647 was 18th. Entry 646 was 9th. Entry 648 was 29th. Entry 649 was 50th. Entry 650 was 28th. Entry 651 was 36th. Entry 652 was 10th. Entry 653 was 17th. Entry 654 was 40th. Entry 655 was 44th. Entry 656 was 38th. Entry 658 was 19th. Entry 659 was 12th. Entry 660 was 16th. Entry 661 was 45th. Entry 662 was 20th. Entry 663 was 3rd. Entry 664 was 22nd. Entry 669 was 11th. Entry 666 was 46th. Entry 667 was 32nd. Entry 668 was 47th. Entry 670 was a scratch. Entry 671 was 27th. Entry 673 was 37th. Entry 680 was 7th. Entry 675 was 14th. Entry 676 was 8th. Entry 677 was 34th. Entry 678 was 39th. Entry 679 was 26th. Entry 681 was 2nd. Entry 682 was 25th. Entry 684 was 30th. Entry 685 was 52nd. Entry 686 was 51st. Entry 687 was 6th, and she was our best bred and owned heifer in the class. Hollow Home Dr. A. Raven, exhibited by Morgan Smoker. Entry 688 was 33rd. Entry 701 was 24th. Entry 690 was 31st. Entry 692 was 5th. Entry 693 was 41st. Entry 694 was 43rd. Entry 695 was 49th. Entry 697 was 15th. Entry 698 was 48th. Entry 699 was 13th. And last but certainly not least, entry 700 was 1st. Peace and Plenty, Architect Jube 182, exhibited by Bryn Vidler. We now have our Holstein fall calves in the ring. Thank you.
Check off. American Dairy Association Northeast, making every drop count. American Dairy Association Northeast works on behalf of dairy farmers to promote milk with breakfast and lunch in schools throughout our 6-state territory. The National School Lunch Program still requires that milk be offered with every meal, and that's good news for dairy farmers. We also show schools how to add other dairy items to school menus with innovative recipes like yogurt smoothies and hot chocolate milk. And we help schools keep milk cold. Learn more about our work in schools at americandairy.com.
Welcome to the Premier National Junior Show. Our Brown Swiss show has just kicked off with our milking yearling class. Winning that class was entry number 296, Brookfield Collapse Sunrise ET, exhibited by Trey Daubert. Congratulations. Judge McKibben, your reasons, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and exhibitors. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here in Harrisburg to judge your Premier National Brown Swiss Junior Show. Just one milking yearling to start, but certainly exemplifies a lot of dairiness and extreme deep-ribbed heifer, a heifer with a lot of volume to her mammary system for a milking yearling.
Now entering the ring in our Premier National Junior Brown Swiss show is our Summer Junior 2-year-old class. If you're following along in your catalog, the last class that was in the ring was our Milking Yearling Heifer class. At entry 296, Brookfield Collapse Sunrise ET, exhibited by Trey Daubert, was your winning entry in that class. We're pleased to welcome Callum McKinnon of Quebec to judge the Premier National Junior Brown Swiss Show. Callum co-owns Lookout Holsteins and Jerseys with his wife Catherine and their 3 daughters, where they raise over 200 head and milk 30 cows. They've garnered many All-Canadian and All-American awards. McKinnon has judged in over 31 countries and at every major North American dairy show, including 14 times at World Dairy Expo and multiple times at the Royal Agricultural Winter Fair. He has served as official judge for both the 2008 and 2012 World Holstein Conference shows and has officiated in Japan, South Africa, and the United Kingdom. A past recipient of the Curtis Clark Award, McKinnon is also highly regarded for his mentorship of youth and aspiring judges through judging schools worldwide. Let's welcome Callum to the center of the ring in our Premier National Junior Brown Swiss show.
Attention Holstein exhibitors. Our judge has finished his placings in the fall calf class. In second place, and our best bred known heifer, entry 715, PA Stone Mill Abu Carter ET, exhibited by Emma and Tanner Copenhaver and Ella Lavity. And our winning heifer in the class, entry 727, Appalachian on Amaretto ET, exhibited by Hayden Weaver. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, folks, a really nice class of fall calves. That being said, a heifer comes to the top quite handily for me. A heifer that's got loads of style. She's opening that rib structure. She stands a little higher at the point of them shoulders in the front end, and that's where I give her the advantage over a heifer that don't really give me a bad look at all. A heifer for me that's very balanced in her makeup. A heifer for me is just for me a little longer from nose to butt than the heifer coming out next. The third place heifer, you love the rump structure, you love how square she is. Just to like to lengthen her out just a hair for me up through that head and neck. Young lady's heifer coming out in third, again, a beautiful open ribbed heifer, square butted heifer. Again, she's just a little cleaner down through those legs than this young man's calf coming out next. You like to change the legs on this calf. You love the strength that she has, and it is that strength up through that front end that takes her over. Big rib, high style heifer coming out next. A really nice class of fall calves. Congratulations.
Judge McKibben has completed his placings in our Premier National Brown Swiss Show. Second place goes to entry 298, Brookfield F. Choice Shelby, exhibited by Isabel Hauser. And your winning entry was entry 299, Pit Crew Phantom Trace, exhibited by Elizabeth Vincent. Congratulations. Judge McKibben, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, just the two Swiss here in the summer 2-year-old class, but certainly a heifer wins a class, a very milky looking heifer. A heifer that's got a deep seam in that udder, lots of volume and bloom to the mammary system today. Just giving her the advantage today and just giving me a little more of a dairy look through her frame and just that little more volume of her udder over the nice straight top, long bodied young cow we have in second.
Now entering the ring in our Brown Swiss Show is our junior 2-year-old cows. As you follow along in your catalog, in the summer junior 2-year-old cow class in the Brown Swiss breed, entry 298 was second. And entry 299 was your first place entry, Pit Crew Phantom Trace, exhibited by Elizabeth Vincent.
If you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein show, we had 27 entries in our fall heifer calf class. Entry 703 was 27th. Entry 704 was 8th. Entry 705 was 23rd. Entry 706 was 16th. Entry 707 was 19th. Entry 708 was 15th. Entry 709 was 20th. Entry 711 was 14th. Entry 712 was 17th. Entry 713 was 10th. Entry 715 was second and best bred and owned. P.A. Stone Mill, Abmu Carter, E.T., exhibited by Emma and Tanner Copenhaver and Ella Flavity. Entry 717 was 9th. Entry 718 was 12th. Entry 719 was 21st. Entry 720 was 13th. Entry 721 was 24th. Entry 722 was third. Entry 723 was sixth. Entry 724 was 18th. Entry 725 was 11th. Entry 726 was 25th. Entry 727 was first. Appalachian Amaretto ET, exhibited by Hayden Weaver. Entry 868 was 5th. Entry 729 was 7th. Entry 731 was 22nd. Entry 732 was 4th. And entry 716 was 26th. We now have our summer yearling heifer class coming into the ring.
Judge McKinnon has completed his placings in our Brown Swiss Junior 2-year-old class. In second place goes to entry number 302, Shadow Valley Sky High Tully, exhibited by Haley Mulhern. And your first place winning entry goes to entry number 300, Millwork Timeout Nectar, exhibited by Tabitha Koch. Congratulations. Judge McKinnon, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Junior 2 class in the Swiss ring, Two really nice pair of young cows at the top end, two different styles. The first cow, you just love the length of frame, the streamlined look to her from that side profile. She's very long-bodied from her nose to her tail. Heifer, it's got a beautiful fore-udder attachment, a nice rear udder, lots of venation in the udder, moves out beautiful on her feet and legs. But the second heifer, you love the rib on this heifer, the depth of her frame, and overall balance of that rib. But today, given the advantage to the first heifer, she's just a little longer of her frame. She's just that little longer of her fore-udder attachment, ever so slightly today, and just uses the strength of the center of her top also, and just that little more angularity right up through the front end over the wide-uddered young cow we have in second. You gotta admire the width of mammary system on the second cow, the definition of center ligament, and it's the volume and bloom of that rear udder today that carries her over the cow in third. She's just a little tidier right at the tail head than the cow in third. Third over fourth, closer placing, but I feel today just the dairiness and quality through the third cow and showing me more definition of center ligament, more texture in her mammary system than the cow coming out in fourth. Thank you.
Now entering the ring in the Premier National Junior Show Brown Swiss Show are our senior 2-year-olds. As you're following along in your catalog, the completion of the junior 2-year-old class. Entry number 300 was your first place entry. Millwork Timeout Nectar exhibited by Tabitha Koch. Entry 302 was second. Entry 303 was fourth. And entry 306 was third. Again, currently in the ring are our senior 2-year-old cows in the Brown Swiss Show.
Attention Holstein exhibitors. If you are exhibiting in the Eastern Fall National Holstein Show or the Pennsylvania Fall Holstein Show and would like to be considered for Premier Breeder or Premier Exhibitor in the Pennsylvania Fall Holstein Show, please come see Anna or David J. and to turn in your paperwork to be considered for Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. Again, if you would like to be considered for Premier Breeder or Premier Exhibitor in the Pennsylvania Fall Holstein Show during the Eastern Fall National Holstein Show, please come see Anna or David J. by 5 p.m. today with your paperwork for Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. Thank you.
Judge McKinnon has completed his placing in our Brown Swiss Senior 2-year-old class. In third place was entry 315, Old Mill S. Lady Bang, exhibited by Ryan Stone. Your second place entry and your first bred bone went to entry 309, Thunder Ridge Take B, exhibited by Olivia Miller. And your winning entry goes to entry 308, Clearview Daredevil Body, exhibited by Ashley McDougie. Congratulations. Judge McKinnon, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen in the Senior 2 class, the first heifer here to me today, she's just starting to look full right at the bottom of her rear udder, but when I really analyze it from the side profile, that beautiful balance of frame, the beautiful long feminine neck on her, heifer's got really nice attached udder, and she's showing a lot of seam at the top of the udder. I think she's just going to look full kind of down towards the bottom of the rear quarters, but today I prefer the shape of the rear udder, especially the way she's attached at the top of the rear, just a nicer shape, the way she blends nicer and higher right to the top of the rear udder attachment. She also has the advantage the way she is on her hock structure today. She's just a little cleaner right through the hock region, just a little more femininity, a bit more femininity through her frame today than the cow in second. Second over third, it's a volume and width of her rear udder today. Carries more bloom about her today than the cow in third. I'd like to see cow in third with more width at the top of her rear udder. I do love the length of her frame and the overall length of her body. And today she uses the advantage of the fourth cow just on showing more definition of center ligament. The fourth cow calved in January, just carried a little weight through her neck today. I do like the way the fourth cow blends part all the way, just like the dairy or up to get her any higher in the class. Give her the advantage with the fifth cow today, just on the nicer right at the top of the rear udder, the way she's just attached a little higher in that rear attachment today. She shows me a little more depth and forward today. Walks a little nicer up to the chine region today than the young cow coming out. Okay. Thank you.
Now entering the ring in our Premier National Junior Brown Swiss Show is our junior 3-year-old class. Class just exiting the ring in the Brown Swiss breeding, or our senior Judge McKinley has completed his placing in our Brown Swiss Senior 3-year-old class. Second place entry goes to entry 325, Emily Buttons Martini Alana, exhibited by Emily Button. And your first place entry and best for known goes to Champion View Hollywood Twin, exhibited by Ellie Waterman. Congratulations. Judge McKinley, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, just the two cows in the Senior 3 class was certainly a really nice pair of cows. The cow at first with the cedar moving, and you get to the rear view of that rear udder. She's a cow that's got a lot of balance over her hand, a lot of style on the move, and she's got a real good memory system on her. Beautiful attachments, I love her. Giving her the advantage over the second cow, who I really like this cow as well. I just feel just that little more quality in the first cow. Advantage on the memory system for me today, just a little more definition of ligament. She's attached higher right on the top of the rear udder today over the cow we have in the second. And she's got a little more strength and loin back through into her rump structure from her loin back today over the cow we have coming in second. It's certainly a really nice cow in second as well. Good attached udder. Thank you.
Dave, you want this back?
Now entering the ring in our Premier National Junior Brown Swiss Show are our contenders for Intermediate Champion. Intermediate Champion has been sponsored by the American Junior Brown Swiss Association, and Reserve Intermediate Champion has been sponsored by Stone's Dairy, the Dauber family. As they enter the ring, we'll go through our winning entries for contention for Intermediate Champion for Judge McKinley for his evaluation. First place in the milking yearling class was entry 296, Brookfield Calves Sunrise ET, exhibited by Trey Dauber of Dayton, Virginia. In your summer junior 2-year-old class, your winning entry was entry 299, Pick Crew
Entry 764 was fourth and best bred and owned. Joe D. Rose's Tattoo Crazy Train, exhibited by Brady Spangler. Entry 765 was ninth. Entry 766 was 10th. Entry 767 was third. Entry 768 was second. Doral Master Gift Card, exhibited by Equine. Entry 769 was first. Oakfield Footprint Era PT, exhibited by Emma Hickey. Entry 772 was fifth. Entry 771 was sixth. Entry 773 was eighth. And entry 866 was seventh. We now have our winter yearling heifer class entering the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen in the Brown Swiss ring, let's give a nice round of applause for these juniors for bringing out the quality of the young cows they have this afternoon. I pulled out these five. We have the two junior twos here. The one, she's so streamlined, straight top, long body, beautiful attached udder, radiation, 3 feet legs. Just needs a little time to get that rear flank drop down. Quite attractive when you see her on the move. The second heifer, I got her pretty close in class. I love the rear view, the width of the rear udder, and the depth of the rib. Just like cleaner in your thighs, maybe a little more nearing today. And I do love the overall balance of the frame. We got the senior two, the one. She's beautiful on the move when she's leading. She's got that beautiful head carriage style, everything throughout. Heifer that beautiful attached udder. She's starting to get a little full right through that bottom of the rear udder today, but a cow that I do like the attachments, how high the rear udder goes, how nice, how feminine she is, and how balanced she is for her frame. Then we got the 2 3-year-olds that come out, the cows, and have good udders. The 3-year-old one, she's got a beautiful rear udder, a beautiful attached udder, deep seam in her. Cow that I like her better when she's moving than standing, but a cow that I sure admire the width of her rump structure as well. A cow with a lot of balance, a lot of frame. And then the cow is secondary. I love the frame of this cow as well. Deep rigged, cow with a nice attached udder as well. Maybe the cow beater in class, just that little more definition of seam through that rear udder. A little nicer right through the loin when she walks. And the cow is second to her. I'm going to tap an intermediate champion, reserve, then honorable mention in that order. And then let's follow with a nice round of applause. Whether you agree or disagree, I guess it's my opinion today, and I'm going to do it. Thank you.
Congratulations to our intermediate champion. Champion New Hollywood Twin, exhibited by Emily Weierman, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Your reserve intermediate champion goes to entry 325, Buttons Martini Alana, exhibited by Emily Button of Rushville, New York. Congratulations, Judge Kuhn and comments.
And the intermediate champion, we got the 2 3-year-olds. To me, they got the maturity of their frame, they got the maturity of their memories today. Been keeping their quality in their udders. And today, for me, it's a logical choice to go with these 2 cows. The cows that kind of go together in the class and kind of go together in the intermediate champion. For honorable mention, it's closer. I do like a lot that senior too, but she's starting to get a little rather full in the bottom of her udder.
excellent candidate for this award due to her willingness to learn, humble attitude, and leadership of others. She is passionate about all things dairy, which is demonstrated by her show ring experiences, in addition to Junior Holstein Quiz Bowl, 4-H Quiz Bowl, FFA contests, and judging contests. She's never been one to win all the show ring awards, never had an All-American nomination, and never a Purple Banner in Harrisburg. But this doesn't stop her from working hard to breed and raise her own animals. She's been focusing on improving her genetics and continuing to learn more about raising her animals to reach their fullest potential. She isn't afraid to ask for help from professionals or older mentors in the industry. Just as she is always asking, she's always teaching as well. Anytime a younger member is looking for help or needs encouragement, she is there to step in. Her ability to lead others is admirable. Finally, when she does find success in the show ring or any aspect of life, she's humble and gracious and never wavers to thank her support system while still building up those around her. Let us congratulate this year's honoree of the Robert D. Howman Award, Jillian Anderson of Center Hall, Pennsylvania. She is the daughter of Dr. Don and Angela Anderson. Congratulations.
Now we're playing in our National Junior Bronzer Show, our 4-year-old calves. Again, we'd like to thank our intermediate champion sponsor, the Maryland Junior Brown Swiss Association, reserve intermediate champion class sponsor, Stocks Dairy, the Dauber family. For their sponsorship are the intermediate and reserve intermediate champion awards today, Brown Swiss Show.
Our judge has completed his placing in the winter yearling class. In second place, entry 778, Gajin Master Rose, exhibited by Paige Martin and Ella Lavity. And our winner of the class, entry 776, J. Raw Master Mandy, exhibited by Trevor Rainey. Judge, your comments on the class.
Well, here in your winter yearling class, a heifer that comes in top quite handily for me. A heifer that's got loads of style. You love the straightness of lines that she has. She's so full all the way through. The young lady's heifer coming next, I think fits that pattern. She's full in that midsection. She's deeper in that rib structure today. Just like to partner up over that loin region to get her up any higher today. And I switched third and fourth prize heifers. But when I get them in line at third prize heifer, just show me more arch spring in that midsection. She's longer and cleaner up through that head and neck today. Young man heifer's coming next. You like the fullness that she has. Just like prefer her own structure. A little nicer than the heifer coming next. Young lady, but a really nice class of winner. Congratulations.
If you're marking your catalog in the Holstein show, we have 11 entries in our winter yearling heifer class. Entry 774 was 9th. Entry 775 was 7th. Entry 776 was 1st and best bred and owned. J. Raw Master Mandy, exhibited by Trevor Rainey. Entry 777 was 8th. Entry 778 was 2nd. Gajin Master Rose, exhibited by Paige Martin and Ella Lavity. Entry 779 you're marking your catalogs in the Holstein show, we had 5 entries in our fall yearling heifer class. Entry 784 was second, Windy Knoll View Cream, exhibited by Tegan Cleary. Entry 786 was first and best bred and owned, Lonesome Cannon's Element, exhibited by Kimber Howard. Entry 787 was third, entry 788 was fifth, and entry 789 was fourth. We now have our junior champion selection coming into the ring for the Pennsylvania Junior Holstein Show. We will also not be doing a best bred and owned lead out after our champions due to we have 2 best bred and owned animals being in our junior champion lineup. To say again, we will not have a lead out class for best bred and owned after champions due to us having 2 best bred and owns in our champion lineup. Thank you.
Judge McKinnon has completed his placing in the Premier National Junior Brownsville Show in the 4-year-old cow class. In 3rd place goes to entry number 326, Crownstone Diamond Vertigo, exhibited by Emma Shirley. In 2nd place goes to entry 327, Fiddler Genetics Dynamite DD, exhibited by Torrance Basler. Your 1st place entry goes to entry 329, Thunder Ridge Nine Princess, exhibited by Ben Zeller. Congratulations. Judge McKinnon, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the 4-year-old class, got a really nice pair of cows at the top end of the class. Little different styles. The first cow, she's so dairy, so feminine, so clean throughout, clean bone, and so much quality. And a real nice mammary system when you look at the rear udder, the bloom to that udder. But the second cow, she's so stylish when she's on the move, and the cow, you love the length of her frame. Just like to drop the forerib on the second cow in the rear flank and be a lot closer for me today. Just not quite that depth of forerib and rear flank to the second cow to be up any higher. But I do prefer through tail end setting on the cow in first today. The cow in second or the cow in third uses just that little more spring rib in the rear view, a little more drop to the flank as well. Over the recently fresh cow we have in third with a really nice mammary. The cow in third and fourth, you can do it either way. I like the strength at the top of the third cow, just stalking through the center of the top line. I admire the dairiness and the mammary on the fourth cow, but she just lets the top go a little too much. The wine around her chest a little bit, definitely higher as well in the class. Give her the advantage over the fifth cow today. Just that little more bloom about her. Just that little more volume of mammary system today over the cow we went fifth or 4-year-old. Thank you.
Now entering the ring in our Brownsville class is our 5-year-old cows. The class just exiting the ring were our 4-year-old cows, Brownsville Show. If you're following along with the catalog, entry 326 was your 3rd place entry, first bred and owned, Crownstone Diamond Vertigo, exhibited by Emma Schnebly. Entry 327 was 2nd, Fiddler Genetics Dynamite DD,
Northeast, making every drop count. From the dairy farm to the consumer smartphone, we give them a behind-the-scenes look at how dairy farmers produce nutritious milk, care for their cows, and protect the environment. Our popular virtual farm tours connect students, parents, and teachers with dairy farmers for a live video tour of a farm. Over 500,000 students and families have joined the tours to learn more about dairy. Find more information about our upcoming virtual farm tours to share with your community at americandairy.com.
Judge McKinnon has completed his placing in our 5-year-old cow class in Brown Swiss ring. Second place entry goes to entry 334, A. Joyce E. Snow Day, exhibited by Blake Spatola. And your winning entry and first bred owner of the class went to entry 333, Colebrook Creek DT Alina, exhibited by Abigail Wilbur. Congratulations. Judge McKinnon, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, really nice pair of cows, but boy, what a beautiful cow to win the class. This is what you call a very modern cow. The cow just exemplifies dairiness, femininity, quality throughout. She comes at you walking nice and wide through that chest, but the quality starts in her head and continues right through her frame, right to her mammary system. What a beautiful mammary system on this cow at Captain January. Give me the advantage over a really nice dairy cow in second, just through that strength of her loin structure today, definition of the center ligament up through the mammary today, over the beautiful dairy cow we have in second.
Now entering the ring in our Brown Swiss show are our 6-year-old cows and older. For those following along in your catalog, the class that just exited the ring was our 5-year-old cow class. And our winning entry, first bred and owned, was entry number 333, Colebrook Creek DT Alina, exhibited by Abigail Wilbur. And your second place entry went to entry 334, A. Joyce C. Snow Day, exhibited by Blake Spatola.
nicer through the loin, and a little nicer right through the tail. I choked a little more with a pin and a deep rib cow in second. Second over the cow in third, uses that strength on her top, just stronger through the whole top today. Length of body with this really great under cow in third. The cow in third, you really admire the mammary. It's just a little shorter in her body, maybe like to lengthen her out, just give her that little more length and stronger top cow and higher. Early
Abigail Wilbur of Hartford, Connecticut. Second place 5-year-old went to entry 334, A. Joyce E. Snowday, exhibited by Blake Santola of Little Meadows, Pennsylvania. In your 6-year-old cow and over class, your first place entry went to entry 338, Thunder Ridge Ash Nickel, exhibited by Lydia Kennedy of Cooperstown, Pennsylvania. Second place in the 6-year-old and over class was entry 337, Utterly Joshua Down to Party, exhibited by Maggie Toothman of Rockingham, Virginia. And to round out the senior champion contenders for the Brown Swiss Show, your first place production component mare cow was entry 339, Our Generation Great Pila, exhibited by Olivia Kennedy of Cooperstown, Pennsylvania. Congratulations once again.
As our judge selects his candidates for Junior Champion in the Premier National Junior Holstein Show, we would like to thank our sponsors of the Junior Champion Awards. Our Junior Champion Award is sponsored by Hoover's Animal Health LLC. Reserve Junior Champion is sponsored by Peace and Plenty Farms LLC, the Schwartzbeck family. And our Best Bred and Owned Heifer of the Premier National Junior Holstein Show is sponsored by Holstein Association USA. Thank you very much for your support.
Good work, Tim.
In our Junior Champion lineup, our first place spring cow, Blonde and Direct Alyssa Twin ET, exhibited by Rachel Carr. Second spring cow in the class was Woodbine Lulu Poppy, exhibited by Anna Cloud. In our winter calf class, first place was entry 700, Peace and Plenty Architect Jude 182, exhibited by Bryn Bidden. Our second place heifer in the class, Lady Luck SK Cricket ET, exhibited by Connor Hall. In our fall heifer calf class, first place went to entry 727, Appalachian on Amaretto ET, exhibited by Hayden Weaver. Second place in the class and Best Bred and Owned was entry 715, PA Stone Mill Abu Carter ET, exhibited by Emma and Tanner Copenhager and Ella Lobby. In our summer yearling heifer class, first place went to entry 762, Hollow Home No Fear Bluebell, exhibited by Morgan Stone. Our second place heifer went to entry 739, Glen Mile Jobo, a Cloud 9 ET, exhibited by Ellie Wyler. In our spring yearling heifer class, our first place heifer was entry 769, Oakfield Footprint Era ET, exhibited by Emma Lee. Our second place heifer in the class was entry 768, Doral Master Gift Card, exhibited by Hayden Lee. In our winter yearling heifer class, first place went to entry 776, J. Raw Master Manny, exhibited by Trevor Rainey. Second place heifer in the class was entry 778, Gay Jin Master Rose, exhibited by Paige Martin and Al Lobby.
kids need to thank your parents, thank everyone back in the barn. We got a crazy world right now. Y'all could be going out doing a lot of other things. You choose to be here doing this, and that's pretty cool to do. I'll miss some people. Thank all you guys. Thank the camper crew. Thank my family. They're at home. Wife. Put the kids on and off the bus. Thank you. Last but not least, a great friend of mine that's helped me a lot. Been my sidekick today, in person. Thank you, Caleb. I'm a softie out here getting champions. Thank you for having me. Well, folks, as I said, it was a stout class. These 2 December calves, they come to the top, and that's how it's going to be today for me. The heifer that I'm starting with, just so straight in her lines. She holds that midsection a little nicer for me. When I get behind her, she's got a little more arch, a little more spring. Take nothing away from the second calf. Pretty neat calf. Calf that's hard over top, loads of style. She's shown me a little more width all the way through, especially in that run structure in this high stout large calf. The 3 lovely heifers to be your junior reserve and honorable mention. Again, congratulations to all you kids on a great job today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brown Swiss Ring Heifer Senior Champion. Again, these juniors brought out some really nice cows in each class, and they were struggling to find really good cows. Congratulations to the juniors. I pulled these 4 cows out. We had the 4-year-old up there. Cow that's had 3 calves, and cow that you love the quality. She's just oozing with dairiness and femininity throughout. Cow, I love the dairy barn. I can change her right through the tail head a little bit, maybe the loin ever so slightly. But cow, you do love a lot of things about her. The 5-year-old cow that just, you see her walking gorgeous, starts at her nose, works her way through the head, all the way back through. She's got so much femininity and quality and style and balance. A cow with a really nice family. The cow's been milking since December. She calved like December with her 3rd calf and new back. So Kay just love that overall balance and that beautiful memory system on that cow. And the leg, the bone quality is just tremendous. The mature cow, I respect for the 6 calves. The cow's got her under above her hocks. A cow with a good semen around her. And just a beautiful dairy frame. Maybe a little bit of teeth size. Maybe just a little bit the center of her loin. But boy, what a beautiful, beautiful dairy cow. Just oozing with quality. And then the production cow, it's 9 years old, 7 calves. You just love the frame. This is a balanced frame. So much depth of rib and frame, and a really good memory, well above the hocks. I just love the way she stayed so youthful for a cow. It's a production cow, and like so many things about it. Maybe not moving full of milk, but you can still see it's a really good memory system on her today. I'm a champion, senior champion, reserve and honorable mention, or I'm going to shake hands with these exhibitors, then gently touch a cow. So let's give a nice round of applause when they do this.
Reserve Senior Champion goes to entry 339. Choose your first place component merit cow, Our Generation, Braden Pila, exhibited by Olivia Kennedy of Cooperstown, Pennsylvania. And your honorable mention goes to your first place 4-year-old, entry 329, Thunder Ridge Giant Princess, exhibited by Ben Zeller of Richland, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. Judge McKibben, your comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, this cow for champion, I said in her class, she's my kind of cow, and she really is. So modern, moves out so good in her feet and legs, with a great mammary system, and a cow has just got so much femininity and width and quality throughout. Give her the advantage over the production cow. I just like the way the teats are placed on the quarters, a little nicer in the front teats, and I just feel today just the advantage on that mammary today, the bloom and width of rear udder right to the top. But I really admire a cow that's 9 years old, 7 calves, and still looks like that. And so good through her loin structure and down through her rump. And that's what gives her the advantage over the honorable mention today. Just she's smoother about that tail head, stronger about that loin over the really nice uddered cow and honorable mention. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Thank you.
We're here to finish up the Holstein show. We do our bred noon, and I think it's pretty logical winner. This winter yearling is a beautiful heifer to be your bred noon champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations again to our senior champion in the Brown Swiss ring. Entry 333, Colbert Creek DT Alina, exhibited by Abigail Wilbur of New Hartford, Connecticut. And your reserve senior champion went to entry 339. Our Generation, Braden Pila, exhibited by Olivia Kennedy of Cooperstown, Pennsylvania. Your 2 awards for senior champion and reserve senior champion were sponsored by Weaver Show Cattle and the All-American Dairy Show. Now entering the ring will be our contenders for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion of the Premier National Junior Show Brown Swiss Show. Just to reintroduce these entries, your intermediate champion came from your senior 3-year-old class. She was also your first bred known. Entry 324, Champion View Hollywood Twin, exhibited by Ellie Weiderman of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And reserve intermediate champion was entry 325, your second place senior 3-year-old Buttons Martini Alana, exhibited by Emily Button of Rushville, New York. These 2 awards, Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion, were sponsored in memory of Maddie Johnson and by New Generation Genetics.
And to finish our Premier National Junior Holstein show, congratulations to our junior champion, entry 700, our winning winter calf, Peace and Plenty Architect Jude 182, exhibited by Bryn Beidler. Our reserve junior champion was our second place winter calf, entry 681, Lady Luck SK Cricket ET, exhibited by Connor Holland. And our honorable mention junior champion of the Premier National Junior Holstein show was entry 614, Blondin Direct Alyssa Twin ET, exhibited by Rachel Cron. Best bred and owned of the heifer show was entry 776, J. Raw Master Randy, exhibited by Trevor Rainey. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'll be there.
As Judge McKinnon continues to evaluate our contestants out here for our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion of the Brown Swiss Show, it's my pleasure to reintroduce him to those of you ringside here. Callum of Quebec is set to judge the All-American Ayrshire Show this week, as well as today with the Premier National Junior Brown Swiss Show. Callum co-owns Lookout Holsteins and Jerseys with his wife Catherine and their 3 daughters, where they raise over 200 head and milk 30 cows. They've garnered many All-Canadian and All-American awards. McKinnon has also judged in over 31 countries and at every major North American dairy show, including 14 times at World Dairy Expo and multiple classes at the Royal Agricultural Winter Fair. He has served as the official judge for both the 2008 and 2012 World Holstein Conference shows and has officiated in Japan, South Africa, and the United Kingdom. A past recipient of the Curtis Clark Award, McKinnon is also highly regarded for his mentorship of youth, inspiring judges through judging schools worldwide. Let's once again welcome Callum to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, while these cows are coming out around for your Grand Champion Reserve and Honorable Mention Grand Champion, I'd like to say congratulations to these juniors for bringing the quality cows they have out in front of me. Not huge classes, but surely there's quality at the top end of these classes. I'm going to go out now and I'm going to tap your, or shake hands with your Grand Reserve and Honorable Mention that order. And then let's follow with a round of applause for these juniors. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all these cows are the same style. They're balanced. I like balance. You hear me talk about that a lot on my reasons. And these 4 cows are tremendous balanced cows. And they got good memories. But when it comes to your grand, this senior champion, she's just kind of puts it all together in one package. I guess she's bred and owned as well. So she will be my grand bred and owned cow as well. To me, she's got just a blending of parts you don't see often in any breed, especially the brown Swiss breed. She blends so good right from her nose all the way through. She never gives you a bad look. She's a cow that could act up and still look great, and with a beautiful udder. So how could you deny her today? Giving her the advantage over the reserve on the bloom to the udder today, the way the front teeth sit under those quarters. But I really respect the older cows. She's 9 with 7 calves. Got that beautiful frame and so much quality, and just a cow looks like she'll make just beautiful babies. That's the kind of cow breeds tremendously. And today I give her the advantage over the younger cow. I do admire the younger cow, the honorable mention. Just beautiful rear udder, beautiful mammary. I just feel today the older cow just got that little more quality, a little more daringness, a little more drop to that rear flank today over the really beautiful rear uddered cow, the young cow, the intermediate champion. Congratulations to these juniors. Thank you.
Congratulations again to our grand champion cow of the Premier National Brown Swiss Show, entry 333, Colebrook Creek DT Alina, exhibited by Abigail Wilbur of New Hartford, Connecticut. Your reserve grand champion went to entry 339, your first place component merit cow, Our Generation Braden Pila, exhibited by Olivia Kennedy of Cooperstown, Pennsylvania. And your honorable mention goes to your intermediate champion, entry 324, Champion View Hollywood Twin, exhibited by Ellie Weiderman of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Congratulations again to all of our Brown Swiss exhibitors.
I didn't think so, but I didn't know. That's what I heard. Did the kids talk to you? No, my niece is Penn State. We talked to her. Maybe she'll end up being the sales rep.
Also, we're pleased to announce that your grand champion cow was also your best friend known of the show, again, Holbrook Creek DT Alina. Your grand champion cow was sponsored in memory of Maddie Johnson. Your reserve grand champion award was sponsored by New Generation Genetics. And your best friend known was sponsored by North Hill Creek Farm.
No, I'm texting the sales chairs now. I found somebody to replace. There's somebody else that an upperclassman that perhaps allegedly has some whatever you call it. His crates aren't working.
Oh, yes, yes.
And he's a really accomplished fitter that might not be able to
get out.
His eligibility is in question. Is what I've heard.
Athletic eligibility. But yeah, so here, she's like just talking about that.
And it is Lee, L-E-I-G-H,
Yep.
right?
Yep, Joey.
Stupid butter changed it to Haley.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta type it in your phone about 1,000 times before it recognizes it.
I take me.
You're good. But yeah, no.
Whenever I text one of them, something's on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
No, so I was there with a house, but then when I was diagnosed with bone marrow cancer, I went back to the farm for a little more.
Yep.
And I just couldn't do the 80-hour work weeks and the 8-hour farm week. So.
No, I get it. I get it. Yeah, it's really close to the Holstein farm.
Yep, right out the road,
If especially if it's a day where we're waiting for pots to show up with cattle to unload, we just go there and we get the wait staff. They know that hey, if you see a big truck, if we're not sitting close to the windows, which is.
Yeah, some days I miss it, but it was just good to be.
But you're doing the bake.
Yep, so I'm on a
deal?
food trailer, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do it sort of food trailer, so cool. Do that in spare time instead, which who's got spare time?
Who has spare? Nobody.
Right. Yep.
Busy people just keep doing more.
Yeah, we do.
At least that's my
You're like, I don't
theory.
know how you
That's
do it.
my
I just
theory
like-
and my.
People are like,
Well, see that my wife tells me that all the time, but it's like, I mean, who we have helping us with P&J right now, whether it's Anna and Amanda that are part time, Tracy who's been there forever she's basically kind of our CFO, and myself. Even though the last two are full-time people, like everybody's got other things that are going on, you know. And my wife, she's the queen of part-time jobs because in addition to trying to get our venue, you know, our barn's fixed up to do weddings and parties and whatever else. You know, she works for the church, she does graphic design stuff, she does, works for the historical society, very passionate. So plus part-time manager of our daughter who's pursuing her local performance operator.
That's
she's
a talent.
Yeah. Very.
They come from you, right?
Believe. Oh yeah. No, Brian. The thing that she got for me in that equation is she's not afraid to stand up there in front of anybody and do her thing. Now, if I was asked to stand up in front of a bunch of people and sing, I would be super nervous. But to get up and talk about something that I'm into, it was I have no fear. And like when she was getting into a music school, we got an audition.
Oh yeah.
And like, and it was coming out with vocal craziness, and we go down to Baltimore to Peabody Conservatory. She go and like they probably have 8 different smaller performance halls, and then the whole historic one, which is the original one where all the productions happen, major productions happen. And because of her, they wanted to hold local faculty. So they wanted to do an original historic deal, so they can spread out. And like she was in there, like it's no big deal. She wasn't nervous. She comes out. How did you do? Pretty sure I nailed it. It's like, oh really? And she did. She got in early admission, and she hasn't looked back. So we'll see. It's kind of crazy. She is tired of living in
I bet that's not working out.
No, you don't have to go. I mean, it's in an old historic area, so like, but you don't have to go too many blocks away from that little area. It gets pretty sketchy. And you got, and there's sort of a little grassy park area right next door. Sometimes that isn't always full of Thank you, sir. You helping tomorrow and Wednesday? All right, well, go get some rest. I'm carrying still my feet. Yeah.
We went to an Orioles game last summer.
I might have to wear my sneakers. I might have to wear my sneakers.
I was scared to walk around
If
naked.
I stay there and it was all dark, I'm like, y'all have crash on your cows. But
I went down to Kentucky and Son and backyard staying there and for work, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. Because I didn't wear out work and I was
Continuing on in the International Junior Brown Swiss Show, we have our spring calves that are entering the class. All of our individual age classes are your first place awards are sponsored by the All-American Dairy Show. Since we just rounded out our various champions in the cow show, those champion rosettes were sponsored by Kemin Ammo Nutrition.
No. The chairs are Sarah Green. Hey, see ya.
Checkoff. American Dairy Association Northeast, making every drop count. Dairy farmers work hard to prepare feed for their cows. But what's the point if it's scattered and messy and the cows can't reach the feed to eat it? It's the same in the dairy aisle. Processors use quality milk to make a variety of yogurts that appeal to different tastes. But what's the point if the section looks empty, messy, and shoppers can't reach the products they want? Just like robotic feed pushers move fresh feed towards cows in the barn, yogurt dividers move inventory to the front of the dairy case, keeping it in reach for busy customers. The retail team at American Dairy Association Northeast works closely with dairy case managers to make it easier for customers to access dairy and to ensure that dairy cases are clean, cold, and well stocked. Want to find out more about your dairy checkoff investment? Visit americandairy.com.
Judge McKinnon has completed his placing in the spring heifer calf class. Entry number 213 is your third place entry, and first best bred and owned, Reliance H. Elysium Renegade, exhibited by Macy Nickerson. In second place goes entry 204, CIE North Kill Creek Tessa, exhibited by Hannah Balthaser. And your first place and winning entry goes to entry number 210, Locust Air Design Waffles, exhibited by Brianna Chameleon. Congratulations. Judge McKinnon, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful March class. There's good calves all the way down the line and spring calf class. But this first one, she just jumps here. That ring presence, the style, the femininity, the balance, the way she glides on the halter, just to have her blends part for part beautifully. And when she walks, she just jumps right at you. I give her the advantage today. When you get to the rear view, the second calf is very similar. Just the first one's got a little more springer rear flank, a little more springer rib from that rear view today over this really feminine, fine bone calf we have in second. This first and second, they're just a little cleaner cut, a little finer in their bone. But I moved this young lady up with the third calf. She doesn't want to get her head up. The calf doesn't want to cooperate and get up in the air. But when you get her in line and you analyze her, she's a really good heifer. Got a credible rib, credible frame. Just needs to lose that little bit of baby fat. But boy, she's got all the parts there. I give her the advantage of the heifer follows her, and for just a little nicer right through that crop region today over this very feminine calf. And the calf in fourth over the calf in fifth that I moved up. The fifth calf didn't give me a couple good looks around the outside. She was letting her top go. But at the end, she seemed to put it all together, and I moved her back up. Beautiful frame and rib on that calf. And she's a little wider in her pin set than the really pretty calf in sixth that I had pulled a little sooner. But I just like to wind the pins out on that sixth calf to have her any higher today. Thank you.
Now entering the ring in our Brown Swiss show are our winner heifer calves. And the class that just exited the ring were our spring heifer calves. And if you're following along in your catalog, entry 201 was 6th, 202 was 12th, 203 was 8th, 205 was 9th, 204 was 2nd place, CIE North Kill Creek Tessa, exhibited by Hannah Balthaser. 206 was 10th. 207 was 14th. 208 was 13th. 209 was 4th. 210 was your winning entry, Locust Air Design Waffles, exhibited by Brina Chamlin. Congratulations. Entry 211 was 7th. Entry 212 was 11th. Entry 213 was your first place bred and owned, and your third place overall entry, Reliance H. Elysium Renegade, exhibited by Macy Nickerson. And entry 216 was 5th. Again, currently entering the ring, we have our winner heifer calves. Judge McKibben has completed his placing in the winter heifer calf class. Your third place entry goes to entry 223, Nap Ghost Glee, exhibited by Levi Bingaman. In second place, in your winning bred and owned heifer goes to entry number 228, North Kill Creek Glacier, exhibited by Hannah Balthaser. And your winning entry goes to entry 234, New Direction to Winter, exhibited by Hayden Weaver. Congratulations. Judge McKinnon, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful class of calves all the way down the line. Tremendous quality in this class as well, and especially this top end. Not everybody sees them the same way, and you place them a bit differently. Everybody does. But this calf here, she kind of jumps out at you. She's got that beautiful angularity and style, balance, femininity up through that head and neck, and she walks out beautifully in the rear legs. A heifer that just kind of puts it all together. The heifer in second, I love her, and she fits with the first heifer. And to me today, maybe just not quite as deep in that rear flank today as a heifer in first, but a heifer's got so much quality and balance. I love the heifer in third as well, and I had her between them, and I told the young man, you either got to be first or third. It's hard to put you between. And as much as I love the balance of this heifer and the frame of this heifer, she's a little shorter bodied than the first or second. I like to see a little more length of frame. But boy, that's a beautiful, well-made heifer. And I give her the advantage over the fourth heifer. She's cleaner cut. She's more dairy, a little more feminine than the beautiful, well-balanced heifer that follows her out in fourth. And the fourth heifer over the fifth heifer uses the advantage she has today on just blending a little nicer right behind the shoulder than the smaller, well-made calf. I just like to change that calf in fifth just a little right up through the crops, but what a beautiful quality calf. Lots of style up through the head and neck. Give her the advantage that follows out the calf in sixth. I love the femininity, the angularity. I just like to have more rib structure, more depth to get this beautiful clean-cut calf any higher in the class. What a beautiful class of calves. Thank you.
Now entering the ring in the Brown Swiss Junior Show is our fall heifer calf class. And as you're following along in your catalog in the Brown Swiss Show, the results of the winter heifer calf class are as follows. Entry 217 is 9th, 218 was 12th, 219 was 13th, 220 was 18th, 221 was 5th, 222 was 15th, 223 was your third place entry, Nap Ghost Glee, exhibited by Levi Bingaman. 225 was 11th, 226 was 7th, 227 was 6th, 228 was your second entry and first bred and owned North Kill Creek Glacier, exhibited by Hannah Balthaser. 229 was 14th. Entry 234 was your winning entry, New Direction to Winter, exhibited by Hayden Weaver. Entry 230 was 8th. Entry 231 was 10th. Entry 232 was 4th, 233 was 16th, and 235 was 17th. Again, currently in the ring are our fall heifer calves. Judge McKinnon has completed his placing in our fall heifer calf class in the Brown Swiss Show. Your third place entry goes to entry 250. Bo Shauna Beatrix E.T., exhibited by Keelan Pawlowski. Your second place entry goes to entry number 256, A-Joy F. Shear ETV, exhibited by Alexis Sherry. And your winning entry and first bred known goes to North Kill Creek Groove Time ET, exhibited by Hannah Balthaser. Congratulations. Judge McKinnon, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, nice class of calves. Sometimes you get a class that just fits into place, and sometimes you get a class that they don't all fit in different sizes and developments. And this class was a little tougher than the one before for me, but a calf that, for me, all the way through, I love the quality and the femininity and the long neck and the balance of this first calf. She just gives you all that beauty, style in the ring, and she's really got all the parts to go with a beautiful, balanced calf. I give her the advantage over the second calf. She just holds herself a little crisper through her top at all times and just gives you that little more spring of rib when you're at the rear view today. But the second calf, she grew on me as the class went on. Analyze her, she's very feminine, very dairy, very balanced calf, and she fits in behind the first heifer. Give her the advantage on the depth of the rear flank. Just, I'd like to see a little more depth of rear flank on this beautifully made heifer in third. The third heifer's really streamlined, cut beautiful on the top, just needs a little more depth of that rear flank today to get up above those two heifers. Giving her the advantage over the young October calf. I pulled that October calf early. She was acting up, and I feel this is her spot. I'd like to give her a little more size and length, but boy, she's cut like a diamond. She's correct. Just not quite enough of her for me today to be any higher in the class. But I give her the advantage over the calf that followed her in fifth on the rear legs. Just nicer about the way she walks out, maneuvers on those rear legs today than the calf in fifth. And the calf in fifth over the calf in sixth, I really like that sixth calf. It just lacks a spring of rib today from the rear view. But I think that sixth calf with time could move on up the line. A beautifully made calf, just not quite enough spring to that rear flank. Thank you.
Fill a Glass with Hope began when American Dairy Association Northeast, the Pennsylvania Dairymen's Association, and Feeding Pennsylvania came together to help food banks purchase milk direct from local dairies to distribute to families in need. While this program started in Pennsylvania, we continue to expand Fill a Glass with Hope throughout the ADA Northeast region. Retail promotions allow customers to round up at checkout with donations contributing to milk purchases at local food banks. At the 2025 Pennsylvania Farm Show, the 10th anniversary of the Fill a Glass with Hope campaign was celebrated with sponsorship donations of $181,500. Thanks to generous supporters, Fill a Glass with Hope has distributed more than 47 million servings of fresh milk since it began 10 years ago.
for those of you following along in your catalog for your Premier National Junior Brown Swiss Show. In that fall heifer calf class, there were 22 total entries. Entry 236 was 19th, 237 was 4th, 239 was 8th, 240 was 21st, entry 241 was 22nd, entry 242 was 17th, entry 243 was 12th, entry 244 was your winning entry and best bred and owned North Kill Creek Groove Time ET exhibited by Hannah Balthaser. Entry 245 was 13th, 246 was 9th, 247 was 5th, 248 was 10th, entry 250 was 3rd, Boshana Beatrix ET exhibited by Keelan Pavelski. Entry 251 was 14th, 252 was 20th, 253 was 7th, 254 was 6th, 255 was 16th, 256 was your second place entry, A Joy F. Shear ETV exhibited by Alexis Sherry. Entry 257 was 11th, entry 258 was 15th, and 259 was 18th. Again, currently in the ring are summer yearling heifers. I'd like to also acknowledge that our first place winners receive awards that are sponsored by the All-American Dairy Show. Judge McKinven has completed his placing in our summer yearling class. Your third place entry goes to entry 266, Lake Lane PB Sasha, exhibited by Jacqueline Richard. Your second place entry goes to entry 269, A Joy DT Sandy, exhibited by Michaela Coleman and Bo Dean Brown. And your winning entry goes to entry 270, Hills Valley Timeout Ricotta, exhibited by Macy and Cameron Crothers. Congratulations. Judge McKinnon, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this summer yearling class, starting a class with a heifer with a lot of balance. She's got a lot of rib, a lot of width, good heifer on the move. She keeps herself beautifully together. She's got a little bit of condition, but it doesn't worry me. She's got dairy strength. When you look how fine her tailbone is and how feminine she is, she's just got a little weight on her, but she's a dairy heifer with a little condition. I give her the advantage over the second heifer. She's got more depth of flank, more depth of rib, but I do give that second heifer advantage over the third heifer today. It's on the dairiness, the angularity through the point of the shoulder is what carries her over the big tall heifer in third. Third heifer, you get a good look at her from the side profile. She's really nice. You get behind, she's just a little round shouldered. But she uses that overall advantage she has on her feet and legs today. She glides nicer on the rear legs, a nicer set of rear leg than the really dairy heifer in fourth. The fourth heifer over the fifth heifer uses the advantage she has on just a little more balance of rib. The fifth heifer is really got a lot of spring, but I'd like to see her a little deeper in that rear flank to go with the spring of rib today. Thank you. Again there. Good, Dave. How are you? I'm all grease. Oh, that's all right. There we go. How have you been? Good. Oh, yeah. So, I had a Swiss roll me the other night.
Now entering the ring in our Premier National Brown Swiss Junior Show are our spring yearlings. And as you're following along in your catalog for the Summer Yearling Brown Swiss class, the placings are as follows. Entry 269 was your second place entry, A Joy DT Sandy, exhibited by Bo Dean Brown. Entry 262 was 6th. 263 was 4th. 264 was 7th. Entry 270 was your winning entry, Hills Valley Timeout Ricotta, exhibited by Macy and Cameron Crothers. Entry 265 was 5th. Entry 266 was your third place entry, Lake Lane PB Sasha, exhibited by Jacqueline Richard. There were 7 total entries in that class. Again, currently in the ring are our spring yearling heifers. Judge McKinnon has completed his placings in our spring yearling heifer class in the Brown Swiss Show. Third place goes to entry 272, North Kill Creek Fast Car, exhibited by Hannah Balthaser. She'll also be your first bred and owned entry. Second place goes to entry 278, Buck Meadow R. Whalen E.T., exhibited by Landry Fraley. And your winning entry goes to entry 340, Round Hill Tall Warda ETV, exhibited by Courtney Bell. Congratulations. Judge McKinnon, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, some really nice heifers at the top end of this class, spring yearling. The first heifer, she's got that beautiful balance of frame. I talk about balance a lot, and she's got the balance of rib, the depth of her rib structure. She's a heifer with a beautiful head, feminine head. Heifer today that just uses that overall depth to carry over the very angular, stylish heifer in second. Second heifer, she's got beautiful angularity and beautiful ring presence. I'd just like to open her a little, deepen her in her rib more than open her. Just give her that little more depth. She has the advantage over the April calf coming out in third. I love the dairiness and quality. I'd just like to change her rear set the leg on this heifer in third. And that's the reason the second heifer's over her. Just got that nicer set about the leg, nicer rear view walking from the rear legs. The heifer in third over the heifer in fourth uses strength of top line, a little more dairiness throughout her hide today over the fourth. And the fourth over the fifth, it's angularity and just more angularity up through the point of shoulder and just a little less heifer coming out forward. She just carries that little more, or fifth, just carries that little thickness through her hide today. Giving her the advantage over the heifer, follows her in sixth on the depth of the rear flank and spring her rear rib today over the sixth heifer. Thank you.
Now entering the ring in our Brown Swiss Show will be our winner yearling heifers. And if you're following along in your catalog in the Premier National Brown Swiss Show, the class that just exited the ring was our spring yearling heifer class. There were 13 total entries in that class, and the placings were as follows. Entry 271 was fifth, 272 was third, and the best bred and owned in the class, North Kill Creek Fast Car, exhibited by Hannah Balthaser. Entry 273 was 12th, 274 was 7th, 275 was 6th, 276 was 4th, 277 was 9th. 278 was your second place entry, Buck Meadow R. Whalen E.T., exhibited by Landry Fraley and owned by Landry and Dakota Fraley and Olivia and Brock Champlew. Your first place entry went to entry 340, Round Hill Tall Warda ETV, exhibited by Courtney Bell. Entry 279 was 11th, 280 was 8th, 281 was 13th, and 283 was 10th. Currently in the ring are our winner yearling heifers. Judge McKinnon has completed his placing in the winter yearling class. In third place goes to entry 287, Apex Designed to Win ETV, exhibited by Brandon Dieter. Your second place entry went to entry 286, Blessing Garborough for Tamara ETV, exhibited by Brock and Olivia Champ-Louvier. And your winning entry goes to entry 288, Cobar Rage Asparagus, exhibited by Gabriella Barnes. Congratulations. Judge McKibben, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not starting the class with the larger heifer, but to me, she fits a pattern of my past winners. She's got that beautiful balance of frame. When you look across the ring, she's a pretty heifer with a nice forerib back into her rear flank. Keeps herself together really nice on the move. And today, just a little more strength right in the center of her loin. Just that little more balance of frame than the long-bodied heifer we have in second. Second over the third, she uses the depth of her barrel. She's deeper in her barrel today. The third heifer, I had her down quite a ways, and when I got her in line, I do like the femininity and the dariness of this heifer, and I moved her up, but she fits right here. I'd like to see her a little deeper in that flank today in the lineup to get any higher in the class. I give her the advantage over the fourth heifer. She has a little more spring about the barrel than the January heifer, and just moves a little nicer, glides on those rear legs, just ever so much nicer than the heifer we have in fourth. Extremely dairy heifer in fourth. You love the femininity quality, and it's a strength she has in behind her shoulder and crops to carry over the really deep ribbed heifer we have in fifth. And in fifth over the sixth, close placing again. The fifth heifer's a little wider of her pin set. Just got that beautiful, little more dariness to her frame today than the heifer in sixth. Thank you.
Now entering the ring are our fall yearlings in our Premier National Brown Swiss Junior Show. And if you're following along in your catalog, the winter yearling heifer class had 7 entries, and the placings were as follows. Entry 284 was 4th, 285 was 5th, 286 was 2nd. She was Blessing Garborough for Tamara ETV, exhibited by Brock and Olivia Champ-Louvier. Entry 287 was 3rd, Apex Designed to Win ETV, exhibited by Brandon Dieter. Entry 288 was 1st, and your first place bred and owned Cobar Rage Asparagus, exhibited by Gabriella Barnes. Entry 289 was 7th, and entry 290 was 6th. And Judge McKinnon has completed his placing in the fall yearling heifer class. Judge, your comments, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the senior yearling class, a beautiful heifer to win the class, a heifer that for her age, she's kept together beautifully. She's still very feminine. Heifer's very angular, hard-topped, wide-chested. A really nice senior yearling coming out. Giving her the advantage today over the second heifer. It's just showing me a little more depth of rear flank today than the heifer we have in second, and just that little more balance of frame. The heifer in second, though, high-headed, very stylish, and she uses the hardness of her top line today and just a little more angularity through the point of the shoulder and throughout to carry over the heifer we have in third. Thank you.
Congratulations to our winning entry in our fall yearling heifer class, entry 294, Edgeview F. Delaney, exhibited by Haley Mulhern and owned by Haley and Michaela Mulhern. Your second place entry in that class was entry 292, Thorndale Foremost Info, exhibited by Julian Petrie and owned by David and Teresa Martin. And your third place entry goes to entry 295, Whampole Powerball Lottery, exhibited by Charity Whampole. Congratulations. We're pleased to begin our junior champion drive for the Premier National Junior Show of the Brown Swiss breed here. And as Judge McKinnon evaluates these animals, I'll be pleased to reintroduce them to you here in the ring. And I just would also like to acknowledge that our junior champion and reserve junior champion will be presented with awards that have been sponsored by the All-American Dairy Show and Stocks Dairy, the Daubert family. Your winning spring calf was entry 210, Locust Air Design Waffles, exhibited by Brina Chamberlain of Tawnytown, Maryland. Your second entry in that class was entry 204, CIE North Kill Creek Tessa, exhibited by Hannah Balthaser of Burnville, Pennsylvania. Your winning winter calf was entry 234, New Direction T.O. Winter, exhibited by Hayden Weaver of Ephrata, Pennsylvania. And your second place entry and your winning bred and owned entry was entry 228, North Kill Creek Glacier, exhibited by Hannah Balthaser of Burnville, Pennsylvania. In the fall calf class, your first place entry and your best bred and owned as well was entry 244, North Kill Creek Groove Time ET, also exhibited by Hannah Balthaser of Burnville, Pennsylvania. Second place entry in the fall calf class was entry 256, A Joy F Shear ETV, exhibited by Alexis Sherry of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. In the summer yearling class, your first place entry was entry 270, Hills Valley Timeout Ricotta, exhibited by Macy and Cameron Crothers of Pitcher, New York. And your second place entry was entry 269, A Joy DT Sandy, exhibited by Bo Dean Brown of Preble, New York. Moving on to your spring yearling class, your first place entry there was entry 340, Round Hill Tall Warda ETV, exhibited by Courtney Bell from Frederick, Maryland. And second place entry was entry 278, Buck Meadow R. Whalen ET, exhibited by Landry Fraley of Muncie, Pennsylvania. In the winter yearling class, your first place entry and best bred and owned was entry 288, Cobar Rage Asparagus, exhibited by Gabriella Barnes of Mount Umpton, New York. And second place entry in the winter yearling class was entry 286, Blessing Garborough for Tamara ETV, exhibited by Brock and Olivia Champlouvier of Wyalusing, Pennsylvania. And your fall yearling class, to round out our contestants for junior champion here, were first place entry 294, Edgeview F. Delaney, exhibited by Haley Mulhern of Richland, Pennsylvania. And second place entry in the fall yearling class was entry 292, Thorndale Foremost Info, exhibited by Julian Petrie of Homer, New York. Let's give all of our entries here that have come back onto the shavings for consideration for our junior champion a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, why these heifers coming out around for junior champion selection. I want to say what a beautiful heifer show it's been and what a beautiful cow show. But with the heifers that would come out in front of me this afternoon, I would say the brown Swiss breed looks really promising down here. There's a lot of good heifers in those classes, and it's evident here when you get them lying down the middle. So just a beautiful group of heifers. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I like, at the end of the day, if my heifers can all look similar, and my cows look like my heifers, and I feel these are like the champion cows. They got beautiful frames, they're balanced, they're angular, they're dairy, they move out well on the feet and legs. And I don't usually pull this many out when I do a junior champion, but I want to show the pattern of these heifers. I like rib, you can tell that from across the ring. I like depth of rib and balance of frame. And all these heifers fit the pattern. Started pulling out the youngest heifer of the classes, the March calf, finished off with a beautiful senior yearling down this end that's older and maybe just, you know, like we'd like to see them almost milking by this time, but just a beautiful heifer with a lot of quality even at that age. So this is a group of beautiful, well-balanced heifers. I'm not going to talk about each one. I'm going to go out and I'm going to pick the ones I like, the champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. And then I'm going to explain why I did it that way, and let's follow with a nice round of applause when I do it. Whether you agree or disagree, I guess it's my opinion today. Ladies and gentlemen, I know she's a young heifer, but for me, she's the best heifer. I love this heifer. She's got so much quality, so much femininity. I don't usually do that, but we had great heifer show, but she's a great heifer. Making her the junior champion. For reserve, this heifer follows her. They're very close placing. I just like, there's not as much hair through that top, and she's so straight as a string, and she's just perfect. This heifer's really nice. Maybe doesn't quite have the chine without the hair that this heifer does. But what a beautiful balanced heifer. Look at that beautiful frame. And for honorable mention, I'm going to walk here. This heifer's carrying a little weight, but I really like this summer yearling. She's got the balance of frame and rib, and she fits in with those two heifers. Those three go together for me today. And like I said, I love the other ones that are out here. And the senior yearling, I love her. I'd like to put a little more depth of rib for a heifer that's pregnant. I'd like to see it just a little deeper. But beautiful, beautiful group of heifers. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our junior champion, Locust Air Design Waffles, exhibited by Brenna Chamlin from Tawnytown, Maryland. And your reserve junior champion will go to your first place winner calf, entry 234, New Direction, T.O. Winter, exhibited by Hayden Weaver of Ephrata, Pennsylvania. And rounding out, your honorable mention goes to your first place summer yearling, entry 270, Hills Valley Timeout Ricotta, exhibited by Macy and Cameron Crothers of Pitcher, New York. Congratulations to all of our junior show winners here today and the Premier National Brown Swiss Show. Thank you again to our judge, Mr. Callum McKinnon, for his time and expertise here in the center of the ring. And we'll see you all during Supreme Champion here later this afternoon. Congratulations.
And thank you very much for having me to do this show. I thoroughly enjoyed the breed, and I want to just say thank you to the exhibitors, and thank you to my great ring person here. She did a great job, and thank you very much. It's very enjoyable.
Dairy Checkoff, Pennsylvania Dairy Promotion Program is making every drop count. Pennsylvania Dairy Promotion Program is a farmer-directed organization funded by participating dairy farmers to increase demand and sales of milk and dairy foods across Pennsylvania. Managed by the American Dairy Association Northeast to develop and execute local programs to increase sales at retail outlets and in schools. The Pennsylvania Dairy Promotion Program also builds consumer trust in dairy through events, traditional, and digital marketing. For more information, visit americandairy.com/Pennsylvania Dairy Promotion Program.